expecting?
Yeah, I was expecting this to be getting scorching, but it's a little bit cooler, and it is windy, which is going to be the thing that's going to keep the drivers on their toes. We're not expecting rain this year.
No, which I'm so pleased about, because last year just looked absolutely horrible to present in. And we're next to the Red Bull garage. We can hear their drum and bass. They're going really loudly. Yesterday in quali, it was full of chaos. We had a little bit of drama. Here's what's happened.
This is Formula One qualifying as we set the grid for the opening round of the Formula One World Championship in 2026. An enormous accident in FP3.
I've got to feel that they will be able to get it out quicker.
Oh, off the road, into the barrier. Max Verstappen in the Red Bull, out of qualifying.
I just locked on the rear axles. Fantastic.
A heroic effort from Mercedes to put two cars in the session. Kimi Antonelli going straight up to third.
Thank you guys, you're the best.
It's been a tough time for Williams, like Aston Martin, like Alpine. Really looking forward to the regulation change, and it's not gone their way. Gabriel Bortoleto showing great one-lap pace. And Bortoleto is not back to the pits, so it might only be a top 9 shootout. What a disappointment for Bortoleto.
Feels like this is Mercedes' pole to lose.
Kimi Antonelli is provisionally on pole position. Over to you, George Russell. It is all Mercedes front row. Russell ahead of Antonelli. Can it be top 3? Hadjar does get there. Lando Norris will not get rid of Hadjar at the last, but no one had an answer to George Russell.
Great job. Well done, team. Well done getting Kimi's car back out as well. Awesome. What an effort.
Opportunity.
Ferrari stayed out. They've done exactly that. They're going to get their cars into a little bit of clear air here. Pitting onto the hard tyres. They've got out ahead of Lindblad with one, behind Lindblad with the other.
Yeah, Russell in third, Lindblad in fourth, Antonelli now P5, Verstappen is sixth, and he has now climbed 14 places in the Grand Prix. And that has worked out nicely for Mercedes, who needed something to give them a chance to get past Ferrari.
Yeah, but what's going to be interesting now, Mercedes are in their own race with fresh tyres. They're not doing the cat and mouse with Ferrari. They're going to have the advantage of fresher tyres. We're going to get a good opportunity to see what is their actual race pace.
And Ferraris as well.
At least one of us should have come in.
Bang on. I'm amazed that Ferrari didn't split the strategies there to cover off Mercedes either way. With Leclerc, they wouldn't have known what Mercedes were definitely going to do, as the marshals now recover the Hadjar car, so the safety car should be over soon. But why are they not splitting?
Yeah, but here's the thing. Why, if Lewis feels so strongly about it, why did he not say, I'm in the pit lane? They can react and service him, so it's easy to blame, but, you know, you're all part of the process.
You are. Is partly his job, but there's someone that is fully their job on the pit wall, and you've got to try and trust that they could do the right job, and maybe it will pan out that way. There's a long way to go in this race, but I think Ferrari right now need another safety car to make a stop later on. Without that, Mercedes are now in a bit of control, especially with Russell, who doesn't need to overtake anyone else.
So, who is this going to be for? Will it be one? Will it be both?
They
go
past.
through
Both
again.
gone past.
Yeah, I don't think they could pit then.
The car was being recovered. We saw just in the back of camera shot earlier, Hadjar's car was being pushed into that gap. So I would expect this virtual safety car to be ending soon.
And it is ending right now. So Ferrari could have taken that opportunity, could have lost the track position, but not had to hope for a safety car later in the race. Remember, if you pit under the virtual safety car, you get a benefit of about 10 seconds for your overall race pace. With Green Flag Racing once again at Albert Park.
Yeah, I think they could have pitted Leclerc and actually covered off Russell, because they're all circulating at the same pace. So once again, they've chosen not to. Maybe wary just of that VSC ending and then being caught completely out there. So it's free airtime.
So as it stands, and of course this is still early in the race, the winners from that round, it's got to be Verstappen as the main one, Behrman, Bortoleto, of course, but they don't have those fresh tyres like the Ferraris out front.
Max Verstappen, 14 places up from where he started in the Grand Prix. P20 after a Q1 exit, a strange moment when the rear tyres locked, spun him off the road through the gravel and into the wall at turn 1.
And that is now Kimi Antonelli just ahead. So he's back in play here with the roll of the dice on the strategy. Mercedes have got fresher tyres. We're going to get another retirement. That's not a surprising one there for Alonso.
Now, hopefully that means stop the car in the pits rather than stop the... Yes, there we go, the answer to that. Otherwise, that could have pulled another safety.
Our fourth retirement of the Australian Grand Prix is Fernando Alonso, who finds himself back to the garage, and they were saying they would not go beyond 25 laps, and on lap 15 they are out. The Honda power unit providing massive vibrations, and they are short on batteries as well. That team, so they knew they weren't getting to the end, but 15 laps of data to pour over. This is on board with Lando Norris, and getting past as we got back up to speed. So Norris now on the hard tyre, and he made his way back. So Norris now finds himself past Esteban Ocon, and that is for P9. So what can to the leader as well for George Russell? Does Russell now hammer into the advantage? Now he's got that clear air that he's been denied for the majority of the Grand Prix.
Yeah, well, just to answer that, he's gone fastest of all by half a second in the first sector.
So that's a yes.
Yeah, that's a yes. Yeah, I'll give you the short answer. Yes.
And Russell 10 seconds behind.
How are they only 10 seconds?
So far we are on plan. We are focusing on plan A.
Okay, so if Ferrari pit now, they will come out well behind the Mercedes, but the plan, in theory, for this race is a one-stop. The degradation is pretty low. Mercedes have got a long way to go on the hard tyres.
Let's go on board with Kimi Antonelli, the 19-year-old from Italy in his second season of Formula One, and easy as you like. On the way up to P4, he gets past Arvid Lindblad.
For the second time this race, Antonelli clears the Racing Bulls. Lindblad still in a fight with Norris and with Verstappen, really. He's not going to come back, is he?
Now, it's interesting as he pulled up alongside with that extra power, lifting off as he got alongside rather than continuing all the way, because you want to harvest as much as you can immediately in those braking or that lift and coast phase of the entry.
So plan A confirmed for Charles Leclerc as well. Russell was a second quicker on the last lap than both Ferraris. He will eat into that gap quickly. Ferrari going to have to hope that they're onto a two-stop now with that early stop.
Bottom left of your picture is Liam Lawson trying to go around the outside of Sergio Perez. Cadillac side by side with Racing Bulls, and Lawson has to use all of the AstroTurf and a bit more. Cadillac running P14 in their first ever Grand Prix.
I'm getting flashbacks to 2024 with those two still dueling it. This time Perez in a Cadillac. I didn't think they'd be fighting on track today, but he's having fun. Sergio Perez, Cadillac just happy to be competing, having started a brand new team for this year.
Yeah, racing drivers, long memories. And we certainly saw that on the apex of turn number 3. Okay, Max Verstappen would have been hoping to come through to about 8th position. That would have been the aim. Well, we've had Piastri out, we've had his teammate out, he's in 6th position. So the work that he expected potentially to be a whole Grand Prix worth completed already. And now he's chipping away at what will surely not be a difficult battle like we saw before with Arvid Lindblad, who, and you do hear this from the drivers, we heard from Ollie Behrman, who's running behind this pair. When he was fighting Max Verstappen, he was like, I can't believe I'm fighting Max Verstappen in his rookie season. First race, Arvid Lindblad's going to have that sensation.
It was out of shape coming out of turn 4 there. That looked like it was almost a Piastri moment on the way to the grid, the way that these cars, they are snappy on the exits. They have so much torque. The instant power as you put your right foot down is a lot. That's left him slightly down towards the clutches of Verstappen.
So overtake mode within 1 second of the car in front of you, no longer DRS like we've had for a decade in Formula One. Overtake mode, if you have the battery power, it will give you more of it and try and help the driver to get by. But you've got to balance that, and you can see under braking, the battery recharging, both of them still have it.
Yeah, but massively powerful. The amount of energy that's been pushed back into that battery in the braking phase is one of the real management tools of the season.
Yeah, if you didn't recharge the battery, you'd effectively go through the whole lot before you get to turn 3. That was how important it is to recharge. Now overtake is available for Verstappen. He's within 1 second, and this should give him, well, it will give him a little bit more battery to use for longer on the straights. He'll have a higher top speed. We've seen that already with Russell chasing Leclerc. It'll happen all the way around the lap on the straights.
And that's not a button push, that's an automatic thing. If you have the detection point, not multiple detection points like we've had in the past, it is just round the final corner of the racetrack.
He's waiting for turn 6 in towards turn 9, the lakeside drive sweep.
Old friends reunited, side by side. Lawson, Perez, trying to get by in the Racing Bulls, trying to go around the outside of the Cadillac, and no driver in Formula One is going to allow you to do that.
Well, look, I was questioning whether Checo would be a bit rusty, but he's not showing any lack of fight.
Well, it feels like
Bottas comes to a stop. We were watching Checo with the other Cadillac. Lawson did get by into turn 11, and then we cut to the Cadillac of Valtteri Bottas. The 10-time Grand Prix winner is out of the Grand Prix, and on lap 18 it's now Bottas, Alonso, Hadjar, Piastri and Hülkenberg who have retired, and the Ferraris are going past our commentary box.
Yeah, I think the virtual came out just as they'd gone past again, so that took away that early choice. Let's look at the others that can maybe take an opportunity from it.
this is what Ferrari were kind of waiting for. The reliability is very, very difficult with these new cars. Plenty of cars peeling in.
Oh my word, they're racing into the pit lane. Lindblad able to keep Verstappen behind. Verstappen looking for any advantage that he can get as he's called in to make his stop. Lindblad's first pit stop in Formula One. And Max Verstappen gets by for the moment. Let's see who wins the race to get back into the fast lane. They had to hold him. And Lindblad back ahead, keeping track position. Crucially, Verstappen out ahead of Oliver Behrman.
Yeah, well, that is the moment when the team really show their teamwork. In this digital world, it's one of the most analog moments. 20 people descending on the car to change those wheels and tyres.
That was experience versus a rookie on the way into the pits as well. I think Verstappen knowing exactly how hard you can push as you peel in, and Lindblad being a bit cautious there. Max having to just wait until they got to the pit limiter. Good stop though, and that's another big hurdle done for Arvid Lindblad. He's been jumped by Norris though. That's Norris now ahead of Lindblad. They both pitted. Norris at the earlier stop. If Leclerc stops, it'll be nip and tuck with Antonelli. Russell will inherit the race lead if the Ferrari stop. Hamilton will come out behind Antonelli. So they haven't got the gap, and they wouldn't have a massive offset in tyre life either. It'll be 6 laps. So that's the debate now for Ferrari. Is that enough of a window to go to the end, or do they wait for another VSC in a much nicer pit window, but they're not going to be able to pit anyway?
Pit entry is now being closed because they've got to recover the Cadillac from the inside. It's a temporary facility, this. There you go, that's why it's been closed. You cannot risk cars coming in that proximate to the marshals.
Yeah, but what they'll do is take it down into the support pit lane. So again, as we go on board, I don't think they're going to have much longer of the virtual safety car.
No, and if Ferrari were planning on pitting, that's a disaster, because they missed the chance with the timing, and then they missed the chance with the closure of the pits.
Yeah, locked up for Valtteri.
Yeah, engine's still running, but it's like he lost hydraulic for the gearbox, and it's just locked the rear axle.
He absolutely adores Australia, and it's not been the easiest weekend for Cadillac, who've been doing a lot of learning in their first Grand Prix, but a lovely reception for the 10-time Grand Prix winner. He is out. He's not the only one. Green flag racing once again. Good anticipation for Max Verstappen, defending from Arvid Lindblad, and he stays ahead of the 4-time world champion.
Well, look, this kid is just, and apologies, that's disrespectful in a way, call him a kid. He's a kid relative to my age, but he is just showing his stripes, showing his fighting mettle, and not fazed at all by Max Verstappen.
Well, he is borderline, isn't he? 18 years old.
Yeah, 4th youngest all-time in the history of Formula One. Championship began in 1950. And there is scrapping going on behind as well. And here we go with Max Verstappen. We're on board with him. This flat-out section closing in. Still has access to overtake mode if he needs it. Can he go around the outside? Great defense on the restart for Arvid Lindblad, but it's about to end. Sweeping by, taking the position. Max Verstappen back up to P6.
Having made the stop now and switched onto the medium tyres, which are a pretty handy set of tyres as well. It's a good compound. It's what the Ferraris are running consistently out front still. So now Verstappen can go hustling after Norris on his fresh tyres and get back towards that 5th place, which is the best of the rest at the moment.
My tyres are still okay. Do not box me at the same time.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be stacked. So there's clear instruction. This is what I was saying earlier. You know, the team have strategy, of course they do, but you've got to be as the driver. You're the conductor of the orchestra, and he's made that quite clear. If they pull in Charles, that would have been a delayed radio message from the virtual safety car. It is interesting that we're now, what, 21 laps into this race, and it's only the Ferraris that haven't pitted, absolutely committed to this one-stop strategy.
And there's a fight for supremacy as well, isn't there, within the teams? So vicious closing speed for Gasly.
Oh, he's going to make contact with Esteban Ocon. Gasly gets by. Ocon and Bortoleto were scrapping corner after corner. Bortoleto won that battle, and it's wheel banging on the way down to turn 3 as Gasly gets up to the points.
Yeah, well, it looks like the car is intact, and well, they say rubbing is racing. Maybe not in Formula 1 terms, but it happens occasionally.
Lap 22 of 58, it's a Ferrari 1-2, but they need to make pit stops. Mercedes came in under a virtual safety car earlier on, and they are running 3 and 4. Lando Norris is 4.8 seconds ahead of Max Verstappen, who started on the hard tyre and switched to a medium. Glorious day for motor racing here at Albert Park, where the track temperature is 35 degrees and the air temperature is 24 as we get the first round of the season up and running. George Russell has the fastest lap of the Grand Prix to 1:22.6.
7/10 quicker than Leclerc on the last lap. That was Charles' best lap of the race, though, so his tyres are still in and working, as we heard from Lewis Hamilton as well. Lewis will soon have a job to do as well for the team. If he can hold George Russell back, as we saw Leclerc do earlier on in the race, then that's going to start using George's tyres a bit more. That's going to start overheating them, and if they're borderline a 1 or needing to pit again, it'll just buy Ferrari a little bit more time and some options with the pit stop phase, and they must still pit.
Yeah, what we're seeing here is very inconsistent lap times, depending on whether they are attacking, defending, and then this sort of switching corner for corner. So there's no question that we're seeing more variability in the lap times itself. It's not that how fast can you get from lights out to checkered flag. Well, still going to be that, but in terms of the wheel-to-wheel racing, we're seeing a lot of compromises.
Sergio Perez blending off the throttle and letting Charles Leclerc go by, responding to the instruction and going a lap down there.
To say overall, this is incredibly impressive outright for Ferrari. They were so disappointed yesterday to not be in the top 3 in qualifying. Both drivers thought that if they nailed it perfectly, they could have just about beaten Hadjar, but they were perplexed that they were so far away from the Mercedes. I mean, it was 8/10 that Russell had on anyone that wasn't his teammate. It's not that in race trim. In race trim, obviously the starts are their own thing, and that's what gave us this position. But outright race pace, they're closer. Remember, Russell is on 12 laps fresher tyres. He is quicker, but only by half a second on the last lap. It's not night and day like it was yesterday.
Yeah, Ferrari were really unhappy as a team of how they executed their qualifying session. Basically, they felt they left a load of time on the table. In race pace, they are competitive. They're on for a 1-2, but they do need to make pit stops. Oscar Piastri speaking to the world's media. Disappointing day for him, and still the incredible stat of having no Australian driver on the podium here in the World Championship era. Brilliant drivers like Webber, Ricciardo and Piastri still can't find their way to the rest. Okay, Ferrari have an advantage over George Russell. The danger man is now 4.1 seconds away. He is clearing the sole remaining Cadillac in the race, which is Sergio Perez, Mexican driver, 6-time Grand Prix winner, back in Formula 1, having missed last year.
Yeah, both the Mercedes running significantly quicker. In the case of Russell, half a second than Leclerc and Hamilton. And then that's 0.8 of a second if you go to Antonelli. So both those Mercs are now getting themselves into the hunting zone of the Ferraris. So Hamilton at the moment managing his pace relative to Leclerc. But anytime soon, he's going to start seeing that Mercedes in his mirrors.
Yeah, right now the race is in the balance. The Ferraris are being caught by the Mercedes of George Russell. Antonelli's done the fastest lap on the last lap as well and is closing in. A full safety car, they'll pit for fresh tyres and they'll be right with the Mercedes, and the race will be back in their hands. And given the attrition rate, look how many cars we've lost already, 5 out.
And so how far does Lance Stroll go? Because earlier in the week, Aston Martin was saying lap 25 was about the maximum, and that could play a massive part in the destination of the Grand Prix, because they run that to the absolute maximum. It's not a case of what we saw with Fernando Alonso, which is coming back by choice to retire the car.
Yeah, well, it's Grand Prix racing, and one way to develop that product is to go the distance. We know that Alonso had an issue, but so far Stroll is out there collecting data getting mileage, feeding all that information real time back to Honda, and they'll be working to try and find solutions round the clock, under a budget cap, of course, which is one of the challenges of not getting it right straight from the beginning.
Hamilton lost a lot of pace on the last lap. You can see it there on the graphic. Russell took a good chunk, 8/10 out of him. Didn't take much out of Leclerc.
Down to turn 3, there's a few laps ago. Pierre Gasly laid on the brakes, trying to get past his old foe Esteban Ocon. Bang, through, but under investigation for that move.
Well, let's just try and unpack it. You can see the damage to his front wing end plate where that contact was made. It's still largely speaking in place, but it seemed to me there's no question that Ocon knew he was alongside, as Ferrari have now decided this is the moment.
Well, that's the call. They don't feel that they can go any further. You ideally would run this as far as possible and hope for a virtual safety car or a safety car. They're going to get neither, and they're going to sacrifice the lead. Charles Leclerc has been called to the pit lane.
Well, that surprises me. That surprises me a lot. In he peels, so the race leader's coming in. That's going to be a full 19-second stop. He's going to come out well behind Antonelli, and they lose any chance of benefiting under another safety car. Given we've already had a couple, you think, can you hang on? The pace was okay.
Well, we will find out in the remaining laps whether this is a strategic error or it worked brilliantly for them. But armed with the information we have now, plus 2 virtual safety cars, this is very peculiar.
Yeah, it seems like that is exactly what Mercedes would want. A full racing speed pit stop for Ferrari, out of the race lead. He's now miles behind both Mercedes, and any safety car now, Russell can pit and come out ahead and be on fresher tyres.
And in all consideration, when you've got the teams that did the fewest laps in testing, Cadillac, Aston Martin, Alonso's gone back out, they've done a fix and they've put him back out there. When they're all still running, there is a big opportunity on the evidence of 9 days of pre-season testing that those cars will struggle, or at least there's a chance. It's not like the bulletproof era that we've had before. Either way, Ferrari just deciding they couldn't go any further.
And they had the track position, they still do with Hamilton. But until Russell is right with you or overtaking you, keep the track position. Hold George back, make him use his tyres to come through. That has worked out perfectly for Russell. Hamilton now has the race lead. What will he do?
Yeah, he's staying out, but on those old tyres, he's running consistently, and he has done between half a second and 8/10 slower than George Russell. And with the tools they have at their disposal, how can he defend in the way that you could in the previous formula?
Let's have a look at Lewis Hamilton's tyres. With so many new elements to Formula One in 2026, we've barely talked about the strategy, but you can see serious wear front left for Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah, his times were dropping away a little bit more than Charles Leclerc's as well. So Hamilton stays out. He wanted the split strategy, didn't he? And he's got it. Of course, Ferrari had to pit, but when we've had so many cars dropping out, so many safety cars, and they have the track position, you think, is it worth sacrificing the race lead and that for a full racing speed pit stop? Mercedes now 1 second away from the race lead with George.
Well, the answer to that question, you know, is no. It wasn't worth. But, well, let's see. A lot of laps still to be done, but Hamilton cannot be in the best of shape with those medium tyres. We've heard the drivers complain less about drop-off in performance this year, this compound, this track, this formula. But that is a lot of laps on those tyres.
It is indeed. The old teammates, Lewis Hamilton, George Russell. Hamilton last year moving to Ferrari. This is the start of his second season. And Hamilton coming off the back of a season where there was no front row start, there was no pole position, there was no podium, there was a single sprint win in China. And Ferrari in a much better place than they were, if you consider that the majority of the laps they led last year was the Hungarian Grand Prix in the middle of the season. They've led plenty of laps today, but getting your strategy right has proved key. Even with all of these new things in Formula One for this year, it still appears that that could be defining for the Scuderia.
Russell has overtake available then, and he's going to use it. He's going to use it to full effect. Hamilton recharging the battery, going really slow in towards turn 6. But is it enough to stop the Mercedes? Full beans, a little bit more available to him.
On board with Lewis Hamilton, this flat-out section. George Russell looking to the inside and not being given away by, until now, George Russell has had to wait his turn. George Russell back into the lead of the Australian Grand Prix, and Ferrari, who held a 1-2, see Mercedes hit the front again.
Yeah, he had to wait just for the nature of the curvature that takes you up to turn 9. He sort of came into that mode a bit earlier than he would have liked on Hamilton. And in the end, Hamilton went for the normal race line, allowing Russell to come on through.
And now Hamilton pits. So losing the track position, not able to hold Russell up by enough. Hamilton will pit and come out behind Leclerc.
So into the pits comes Lewis Hamilton. It's Russell, Antonelli, Hamilton and Leclerc, but Leclerc will go through, and he claims his spot on the podium.
What sort of pace can the Ferraris do now? They'll have fresher tyres by 13 laps over the Mercedes. Will the Mercedes need to pit again?
Okay, I think the one stop is viable.
Copy that.
Loves a long-ranging one-stop, doesn't he?
Always has. The cars being weighed this year without the weight of the tyres.
I guess the thing is as well, if he's feeling comfortable with the DEG as it sits right now, fuel's going to continue to burn down. That's less maybe of an overall effect this year. But he can afford to wait to see, is another safety car or virtual safety car coming up?
Big lock-up for Lindblad as we watch from Ollie Behrman's point of view down towards turn 3. So this is a fight for what is technically the best of the rest behind the big 4 teams, both having really good races. Lindblad, the star of the opening laps. Behrman just plugging away at it. He's made a pit stop.
Yeah, these names are definitely the future of Formula One, both young guys familiar with competing against each other in the lower formulas, and firmly in the points here, which Bortoleto in the Audi. I know it's the Sauber team rebranded, but that would be quite nice for that team if they were to score points on debut.
Of course, for Ferrari, they didn't get the chance to pit at the second virtual safety car, which would have been a better decision. They would just round it, and then the pit lane closed. So it was a nightmare scenario for them strategically at that point.
Yeah, but you can only use the options available to you. That wasn't an option. The first one was.
Yeah.
Alex Albon gets past his teammate Carlos Sainz. He's up to P12, and that wasn't a contest at all. Rocket ship pass for the Thai driver, trying to score his first points today since the Italian Grand Prix last year in September. Albon currently running in 12th. Gasly being investigated for his overtake on Esteban Ocon.
That is going to pay out a point at the moment. They started well out of the top 10. Gasly 14th on the grid, Ocon 13th, but taking advantage of others. And driving unnecessarily slowly is now going to be investigated after the race. So I'm assuming that's to try and recharge the battery, and he's done something a little bit strange. Was that when Gasly started to fire it up? Because it was a massive closing speed, wasn't it?
Yeah, of all the things that you can criticise for as a Grand Prix driver, driving slowly, it's got to hurt the most.
Yeah, unnecessarily slowly. What are you doing, man?
Yeah, I think Esteban might have quite a long reply to that as they learn the new deployment modes around the circuit.
Yeah, I think we should note the fact that this is a journey of discovery, not only for the teams, the drivers, but also for the stewards who have, let's say, amended the rules of engagement, the racing rules, the interpretation of what is correct. They've been heavily influenced, of course, by those who know best, which are the race drivers themselves.
Yeah, the drivers basically wanted more leniency. You can still get awarded penalty points, but it's for obviously unacceptable moments rather than lock-ups that might have accidentally caused contact. That was all initiated by the controversial collision between Kimi Antonelli and Oscar Piastri back in Brazil last year. David Behrman watching on. He's son at the moment, going well, running in 8th position. And Haas would be delighted with that. They were happy with the way that they ran in qualifying. But all of the teams are aware that they're still discovering with every lap that they run how best to operate these cars. Here's the world champion, Lando Norris, 35th champion of the world. And he finds himself the sole McLaren in the race after Oscar Piastri hit the wall on the reconnaissance lap. George Russell saying it feels windy out there. That's up to 25 kilometers per hour being reported to him on the radio by his race engineer Marcus Dudley.
It's, I would say, a little bit surprising. Let's say the race of the Seoul McLaren. I somehow felt that they were a little bit more in the hunt, but really see where there hasn't been a major issue for Lando on track, but it just doesn't seem as if they're able to deploy the performance that Mercedes engine strapped to the McLaren that the main Mercedes Grand Prix team are.
Yeah, there's a big gap, isn't there, between the Mercedes performance and the McLaren performance with the same power unit. It seems like Mercedes are just able to extract a huge amount more from it.
Yeah, in fairness, that was the opposite, of course, in the previous formula. McLaren getting much more out of the Mercedes power unit than the works team.
That was more on the chassis side. They're great wind tunnel development, getting all those aerodynamic surfaces working well. The ground effect era, they understood it perfectly. There is no ground effect on these cars now. The aerodynamics is still working from the underside of the car, but it's a lot more dependent on the wings as well. And Mercedes have always got a good handle on it, and they're maximising their energy deployment as well.
Russell, Antonelli, Leclerc, Hamilton, and then this battle that was a 4-second gap. It's now 1.6 seconds as Verstappen closes in on Norris.
Hey, Kimi, we're thinking of going to the end, but let us know what you think about tyres.
That's gonna be brave.
Okay, copy, we'll monitor.
Maybe give me a different strategy to my teammate out front, and then if his tyres fail, who knows, I might win the Grand Prix.
He's been going quickly for the last few laps, just a little bit quicker than Russell out front, but maybe using more tyres as a result, and Russell playing the long game there. That's what Ferrari want to hear. They want to hear that Mercedes are going to have to pit again, and that'll bring them into play. Leclerc was half a second quicker on the last lap than Russell as well.
I think if I was Antonelli, I wouldn't be giving up that track position for the tyres if he can make them last.
Could you do 26 laps on a medium?
No, not at this rate, because I just rode the tyres after 10.
Lando giving the game away. Useful for us, but 10 laps, and so they're discovering what the tyre wear is. The tyres are thinner for this year. The cars are shorter, they are lighter, they are narrower, more dynamic if you're watching by the side of the track. New era of Formula One, but still, keeping your tyres in the window for as long as possible, that is absolutely key. And Lando Norris not happy with the degradation of his Pirellis right now.
Well, he's chewing through them really quickly, more than McLaren were expecting, I think. Verstappen within a second, so once again he'll get overtake enabled, which will allow him to deploy his battery power for longer down the straights, and he'll get that everywhere. And that begins down towards turn 3.
Virtual safety car is out. The virtual safety car is deployed, and we will get the information as why that is required. Debris then. Well, we've seen a bit of wheel banging with at least 4 cars in the field.
A barge board that's come off, like long pieces like a stay that comes from the side of the chassis. Yeah, it is indeed.
Brave marshals at that point of the circuit,
Yeah.
even with the virtual safety car. It's kind of blind, you can see it, for the drivers.
And marshals can't enter the track without the permission of race control. So race control would have said that's okay, and there is the barge board of the Cadillac thrown from the car.
They'll want that back. They probably don't have any spares.
So that's ending. It's ending very, very quickly because of the marshal recovering it. So anticipation time, green flag flies at Albert Park once again, hosting its 29th Australian Grand Prix today. Lando Norris ahead of Max Verstappen, but it doesn't look likely to stay that way. And he has a look. There's no need to take any bold, late-breaking move to the inside of 11. Those medium tyres on the Red Bull working a lot better than the hard tyres for Lando Norris. And the driver who started in 20th place is looking now at 5th. A superb recovery drive for Max Verstappen as Lando Norris comes in to change tyres.
He's going to get his medium tyres that he didn't want then for not 26 laps, 24 laps to try and do. There you go then. Eke out another couple on a shod set of hards instead.
Yeah, it always tends to be the case that tyres and in your sort of prediction of how long they'll go. As the track rubbers in, as a Grand Prix distance increases, the tyre wear tends to become more in your favour. So he may not have been loving it, but I suspect he'll be able to take those to the end.
So Antonelli lost out by about a second in that VSC compared to Russell. Was just getting the gap down slightly. Neither Mercedes had the chance to pit under the VSC. It ended just as George was coming around the penultimate corner. So I think they probably would have taken that chance were they afforded it. It would have given Charles Leclerc the race lead again, but Russell with much fresher tyres to go and hunt him down to get to the end of the race. Antonelli had Albon in the way for that VSC restart. You can see them in the background there. He's now cleared Alex Albon, but that cost him a little bit of time to his teammate.
Okay, first race of the new regulations, so reliability cannot be guaranteed at all. Fernando Alonso is back in the pits. They repaired things, they put him back out there. But Stroll continuing to run for Aston Martin, beyond what they thought was possible at the start of the weekend. He is at the back. It's Perez and Sainz. Sainz has lost a lot of running this weekend with mechanical issues. They've really been struggling. Lawson's had some wheel-banging moments with Sergio Perez. Colapinto was given a penalty for a start infringement. We saw he was slow off the line on the formation lap. He was penalised for it. Alex Albon finds himself in 12th position. Good battling with Gabriel Bortoleto earlier on, saw him ahead of Gasly and Ocon, but as this stint has unfolded, they have managed to jump him. Lando Norris unhappy with the tyre wear in 8th position. He will still, though, have the grip to easily get past Behrman, and then he'll go on for Arvid Lindblad, who's trying to become a point scorer on debut. The 18-year-old, 15 seconds behind Max Verstappen, who started in 20th position, has moved through to 5th in the order, and then the Ferraris versus the Mercedes to win the opening Grand Prix of the year. As we go down to the first turn, on board with George Russell, who chases Grand Prix win number 6 of his career. He's had to wait his turn, hasn't he? He for so long wanted to be promoted to the team when Mercedes rattled off 8 constructors' titles in a row. He was waiting at Williams. In hindsight, Toto Wolff has said they maybe left him with Williams a year too long. But Mercedes this year, as so many predicted, have at the early stages created a car that is working so well with the new regulations.
Yeah, look, he served his apprenticeship. He's been waiting for the moment. When he got to Mercedes, it coincided with them dropping in form, so I don't think anyone will begrudge him his apprenticeship in Formula One to the point where the Grand Prix is already won, and then this seemingly long way to go, but seemingly World Championship shot with this package.
He's in his stride now, isn't he? You could just hear him coaxing it around, recharging in towards turn 9, which is where everyone's desperate for a little bit of energy harvesting, downshifting, reducing speed into that corner, just to keep the battery topped up and allow him to deploy it all evenly around the circuit. Charles Leclerc made a mistake on the last lap. He lost 1.5 seconds. So he has dropped now away from Russell's safety car window as well. If there is a safety car, Russell can pit and come out ahead of Leclerc. So this is looking very good for Mercedes.
Yeah, Mercedes, as soon as they got the clear air, you wondered whether they would be able to show what they have done from the majority of the weekend, and their superior pace is telling at the moment. The team that last year won just 2 Grand Prix, both with George Russell, very much expecting to beat that tally in Formula One 2026. We said that Lando Norris would catch Oliver Behrman quickly. He has done so. This is way through turn 12. This is 13. The final corner of the racetrack is directly ahead. Norris will know that if he's going to defend his title, he will need what McLaren have shown so well in recent times, a rapid rate of development. Remember, they're a customer Mercedes team, so they have the Mercedes power unit, but they do not get the latest specification until this weekend. Didn't have it at pre-season testing. Mercedes have developed that. They fully understand it. McLaren will be going through a process of understanding the power unit and how to deploy the energy throughout. Easy move for Norris, who moves up to P7.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? As a customer team, then, well, you are customer but competitor. Mercedes Grand Prix would take a small pride, as you can see, that closing speed and then squeezing speed into turn 9, and you can see that only one of the light in that mode is working, unless, Julian, that's a particular signal, because it comes on late as it goes into super clipping. Both of them are in place. Normally you'd have the 2 warning lights deploy on the end plates at the same time, but it's almost like they're showing different harvesting.
So it's Russell Antonelli, then Leclerc and Hamilton. Gasly is able to get up to 9th position. Sainz fighting as well. And Sainz had a really difficult time in Australia, a race where he has won in the past, back in 2024, but unfortunately the Spanish driver really struggling. But he has got at least some racing action ahead of him. Talking of racing action, another pass for Lando Norris, who reclaimed 6th position, and he's made light work of Behrman and Lindblad. And Lindblad's still on for a point-scoring finish, but Behrman will want to put big pressure on immediately. And here's Gabriel Bortoleto in his 2nd season of Formula One. He's able to get past Esteban Ocon. These three have been battling lap after lap after lap. It's Gasly with the advantage at the moment. Bortoleto up to 10th, and Ocon will try and come back. He's currently P11.
I suspect Bortoleto might be able to pass both of them. He's on fresher tyres, having a great run in the Audi. The team will be so chuffed with how they're starting life in Formula One to be looking at some points. Sainz battles with the other Alpine. Let's see then if Bortoleto, with overtake available, Gasly may be a little bit vulnerable here. Has Gabriel Bortoleto got more in the tank?
Audi's first Grand Prix in Formula One, the old Sauber team. That name is no more, and Audi, who have built their own power unit as well. Not the easiest thing to do with complex regulations, but they are running with one car. Bortoleto very pleased to reach Q3 yesterday, wasn't able to compete in it because he had an issue, but he's all over the back of Gasly. Further up the order, this is the battle between Oliver Behrman and Arvid Lindblad. And Oliver Behrman, oh, that was a late chop. Behrman saw it coming. Behrman takes the place.
Well, Lindblad is definitely not shy of, well, being, let's say, aggressively defensive. He's coming back.
He uses the boost to get by, but you can't use too much of your battery power without paying for it badly on the flat-out run from 6 to turn 9, and it wasn't enough. And through goes Oliver Behrman. You see, changing speeds there. Colapinto recharging the battery into turn 9. Sainz had the momentum, had to back out of it when he was looking for an overtake. And now Sainz, bottom left of your picture, is trying to go around the outside. Still unable to get by. Colapinto holds the place.
Sainz desperately down on miles. Here we go with Lindblad trying to get back on Behrman.
How much is he prepared to drain to the battery to take back the place? That's brave from Oliver Behrman. Kept his foot in. And Lindblad went to the dirty, dusty part of the racetrack, but crucially kept it on the road.
Oh, we felt that, Julian, didn't we? Out there, it's a different level of adhesion, and not in a good way.
Yeah, it's dusty, dirty, and you're carrying a lot of speed in. I have to say, that's really impressive from Behrman. So he's used the energy from his battery to make the pass. He's then been vulnerable for the rest of the lap, but he's basically used old-school racecraft to keep Lindblad behind, braking late into the corners, shuffling him to the outside. Really tidy stuff, and he takes the place for now.
Yeah, and this is, like you were explaining there, Alex, this sort of difference that you get when one is in harvesting mode, the other one is still using a bit more deployment. And it's tough for the drivers to deal with this big difference in closing speed that you would never have seen in any other formula.
Yeah, this is totally new. There's no precedent for this for any of the drivers. Their journey up through the ranks, and the swapping continues. Ocon was at the head of this battle, then it was Gasly, now it is Gabriel Bortoleto. Bortoleto, 5 times a point scorer in his rookie season, would love to get up and running inside the top 10. The start of his 2nd campaign, the rookie wave that came through last year. They all had brilliant Grand Prix across the board.
Let's try get him one more time.
And Lindblad pleading to have a battle. No, I know I've got to keep the battery in check, and I know I've got to have it, but I want to try and fight Oliver Behrman. And Behrman making a 1-second break for it, but squirming all over the road as he applied the power. Into the pits comes Max Verstappen.
Okay, interesting. What set is he gone? He's going to set it hards on, which, given we're getting towards the lighter phase of this race, he's going to come out there behind Lando Norris.
So they're in their scrap for 5th place. little bit too far away. Well, remember, Max started from the back of the field, so 5th place will be a solid result for him. Lando started in 5th by the time his teammate didn't take the race start. So Verstappen on fresh tyres. The hards he can really lean on. The mediums, they are graining a little bit. We heard Norris's feedback on them. Verstappen dealt with them a lot better, but it was an awfully long way for him to try and get to the end of the race with his earlier VSC stop. So he'll go hunting now. And he looks like he's just happier with the Red Bull package than Norris is with the McLaren package. He's had not the most comfortable of weekends. The reigning champ, back to Melbourne, scene of a great win for him last year. But it started with a lack of mileage in FP1, and I feel like he's never really caught up.
Pole position and the win 1 year ago for McLaren's Lando Norris. 5th behind the Mercedes and the Ferrari. Last time around, Lewis Hamilton was 0.2 of a second quicker than Charles Leclerc. It's very even pace between the Mercedes out front, who are looking to claim what slipped through their fingers in the early stages of the race when they were both slow off the line. Charles Leclerc was able to pick his way through. Antonelli was down to 7th place at one point. Both drivers have kept their heads and cycled through. 6 seconds between George Russell and Kimi Antonelli. Russell looking for just a 6th win in Formula One. Antonelli would be the 2nd youngest winner in Formula One history if he was to climb to the top step. Russell looks like he's got one hand on the trophy. With these new rules, though, you never know until the last lap. Pierre Gasly, entertaining battle with Gabriel Bortoleto with Esteban Ocon, using all of the curb and a bit more through turn number 5.
Yeah, fast corner, of course, and they run it out. That's one of the most sort of street feeling elements of this racetrack. Make a mistake there and you will be having a rendezvous with the wall in no time at all.
5 straight zones around this racetrack. There's no DRS in Formula One anymore, but we do have active aero to make the cars quicker in a straight line. You can deploy it, you get it every lap, no matter where you are. Every car, every lap. 5 zones around the racetrack. And this is one of them. The high speed, still the Haas in close proximity. Out of the points at the moment. Behrman having another really strong race in Formula One. Ocon trying to improve, make it 2 Haas's in the points. Ocon had a difficult end to Formula One in 2025, but he did score in the final Grand Prix of the year. Laid on the brakes, but not risking it into 11.
Well, these two have form, don't they? So we've seen them touch once. This could be getting up close and personal.
Verstappen's just done the fastest lap of the Grand Prix. He's done a 1:22.0, and he's honing in again on Lando Norris, who he passed before his pit stop.
I feel like they've been battling for years as well. They have been entertaining us out front for a long time. This time it's for 5th place as the pecking order's shifted. I'm overall pretty encouraged by Ferrari. I think they've been a bit outgunned on strategy today. I would have liked to see them do something a little bit different to make Mercedes work for this a bit more. Even if they split the cars, as Hamilton suggested at the first VSC, I felt they had to do something to try and keep the Mercedes behind. But in terms of pace, they're much closer than I think anyone expected. I think Mercedes have got a small advantage still, but this is nowhere near the gulf that we saw yesterday. And I think this circuit really suits Mercedes in terms of having long straights, massive deployment and recharging. This is the track that's going to exacerbate all of racing in this new generation of rules. There will be some circuits coming up where energy harvesting won't be anywhere near the problem that it is around here. You haven't got big braking zones. You've got, for example, here, as we see Max hit the brakes, but then you're straight back to throttle and you're deploying energy. There's not enough big braking zones to get that regen going, so you don't have to be lifting on the straights, and that's where Mercedes have a massive advantage. Ferrari will be more competitive, and I think they're in this fight this year.
And Verstappen is pushing hard. He knows now's his best chance on you.
Yeah, he's been pushing on, as you mentioned there, Alex, getting fastest lap of the Grand Prix. It feels like, just picking up on that, Julian, the first 3 Grand Prix, we go to Shanghai next and then into Suzuka, they're all long, high-speed circuits with limited sort of regen areas. So this might be a sort of scene setter for those first couple of Grand Prix before we get into tracks that are more favourable.
Yeah, I mean, Bahrain for testing was much more regular. The energy charging was nowhere near as severe, and Ferrari were really competitive. I know it was testing, trying to read into it is always difficult, but they were so happy with the car there. They were really disappointed yesterday, but in race trim it already looks better. Shanghai will be a little bit easier. There's the whopping back straight, which is going to see a lot of harvesting towards the end of it. But apart from that, it'll be a bit easier with some bigger braking zones throughout the rest of the lap. And that's really what you need to try and get some energy back into the battery without the cars having to slow on the straights.
Verstappen running that lap just a little bit quicker than Norris, so chipping away at that gap. He'll be able to get the extra boost when he's getting in that 1 second window. So does Norris have anything? Tyres, we know, are relatively fresh. Both of them have made 2 stops.
On board with Esteban Ocon on the left-hand side of your picture. Full frame, we're watching Max Verstappen close down both drivers, part of the Champions Club after last year. Separated by 1.2 seconds on track. At the end of the World Championship, they were separated by just 2 points. As Verstappen fell just short of the comeback of all comebacks in Formula One. And Norris has been given encouragement by Will Joseph on the radio. And given that we saw it come down to 2 points last year against all expectations, where McLaren looked dominant at the start of the year, that's a lesson to underline. It is a long way to Abu Dhabi, and the development race is going to be something special. These cars are going to take a big leap forward as we make our way through the season, but ultimately, any rules of racing that you like, you want to get past the driver in front, and Verstappen is now within 1 second.
Hards versus mediums. You mentioned earlier, Julian, that Verstappen just seems more comfortable in those hards. He can be more aggressive in the way he drives the car in the corners.
Yeah, 7 laps fresher, his hards, than Norris's mediums. We saw that to its detriment yesterday. The aggression that he can have on corner entries, and his driving style really working hard to hit the brakes, get that front end in. Yesterday it was too much. He had a big rear lock on the edge of a big brake, and a load of extra from the rear obviously sent him into the wall. But generally his style is fairly well suited to these cars. Red Bull obviously not with the overall performance of the Mercedes and the Ferrari, but he is going to have a chance. You can hear harvesting for Norris down in towards turn 11. Verstappen getting closer, and on the next lap they'll have no back markers ahead. So they've cleared Colapinto, they cleared Sainz, who peeled into the pits, and Verstappen will have a clear run now on Norris.
Round the final corner to begin another lap of this 3.2 mile circuit. And you can see the McLaren team watching on as Norris clings onto it. That's what they're fighting for. A replica of Jack Brabham's steering wheel. The 3-time world champion. Still Australia's most successful driver in Formula One, and the benchmark for all hopefuls making their way through from go-karting to the Formula One level.
Looks like Verstappen is now just getting in that window, wants to be close as they come out turn 6, and then he'll have that run to try and overtake before 9. It's been a popular place in this new Formula One that we have.
The sound of the turbocharged engine, 50% coming from the electrical power of the battery, making their way through 9 and 10 now. Verstappen ever closer. 11 can invite a late braking move, but he's nowhere near doing that on this lap.
So he has overtake available, which gives him the chance to use more energy for longer down the straight, whereas Norris has to harvest. It basically kind of gives you a bigger tank for a short time of deploying energy, but I don't think Max actually has anything more to offer at the moment, so he needs to recharge to be able to use that to overtake.
Yeah, you could see coming off the final corner, absolutely on the edge of adhesion. So a telltale sign that he's using everything he can out of that performance of the chassis to try and get himself into a window. This is, let's say, Red Bull powertrains against Mercedes power.
This lap looks better already for him in towards turns 1 and 3. So was he just waiting, harvesting a bit of energy that lap, even though he was allowed to use a little bit more? to go full tilt at Lando this time around. They're coming down towards turn 6, so we've got the long drag coming up. Has he got a little bit more to offer? Because that time he didn't have the closing speed at all.
Now, it looks like you see Lando is doing a great job of maintaining that gap where it counts. So Max is just way too far back to be able to take advantage on this lap.
Into 9 and 10 we go. The fast chicane made even faster a couple of years ago when they removed the chicane that was further down that straight to make it a better overtaking opportunity. In your main picture, Lando Norris, an 11-time Grand Prix winner and 1-time world champion. Max Verstappen, 71 Grand Prix wins and a 4-time world champion, scrapping over 5th place. We were watching Kimi Antonelli, who at one point had got the gap down to 5.5. George Russell has responded. It's 5.8. Mercedes will be taking off the laps. And we're very hopeful of delivering a 1-2. It was a strange destination to get them back to the front after a slow crawl off the line. So Charles Leclerc lead a number of laps against expectation today, given the advantage that we saw in qualifying for Mercedes. Qualifying one thing, the race quite another. And Max Verstappen looking, studying, understanding where the McLaren is recharging, and then thinking how he can do it differently, then enter in the driver's skill as well. And will he try something towards the end? Will he feel the need to risk it, or will he just claim 6th place? You know Max Verstappen's going to go for any gap that's on offer.
Yeah, he would get in where a draft wouldn't. He is super impressive when it comes to wheel-to-wheel. But you've got to say Lando doing a great job of neutralising him at this phase. And these are the only 2 of the top 6 that have pitted for those extra tyres. Russell, Antonelli, 2 Ferraris, as we know, on this one stop as we get into the final stages of the Grand Prix. So let's just watch the body language of the Red Bull car. You can really see that Max is hustling to try and get it as close as he can off the final corner, but the McLaren chassis is working well there.
Yeah, Max demanding a lot from the rear tyres there, slowing it down, using the rears a lot more into 13, trying to keep this footed through the final turn as well. Looks slightly closer this time around. Norris so far is doing a brilliant job at keeping it clean and making sure he's not vulnerable with a low battery, so he's able to keep that recharge high. Verstappen would hope that any missed apex, anything that goes wrong for the McLaren ahead will give him a chance to pounce. But so far, Lando is keeping it perfectly in check and making sure he drives sensibly as well.
So Norris in 5th, Verstappen in 6th. The point score is completed at the moment by Behrman Lindblad, who would be the point scorer on debut at just 18 years of age. Gabriel Bortoleto giving Audi their first points in Formula 1, and Gasly and Ocon was separated by a second. It's gone up to 2.9. Haas driver dropping back from that fight. Lawson's closing in on Alex Albon. Both of them out of the points at the moment, and still the closest battle on track is the one that you are looking at, between the top 2 drivers in the world last year.
Well, there doesn't seem to be any concerns on Verstappen's side about running in slightly turbulent air. It's not going to enhance the downforce he has through the corners, but I'm saying it more for they don't seem to be temperature management limited. I mean, imagine the huge amount of heat dissipation you've got to deal with when you're chucking in close to 500 horsepower and kilojoules into that battery.
7 laps to go. Keep pushing. Doing well.
Yeah, leave it to me. Thanks.
Hamilton still wants a podium here. He's 2.7 seconds back from Leclerc, so that's what that's all about. A bit of internal bragging rights and a chance to pop some champers in a few moments' time.
We've got to imagine that our race leader is kind of managing the pace out front, but he did a 22.7, Antonelli a 22.6, Leclerc 22.9, Hamilton 22.6, Verstappen and Norris 22.5 and 22.6. That would, if you looked at it, you'd go Formula 1 is really close and competitive. Of course, we're looking at Norris and Verstappen 52 and 53 seconds behind Russell, combination of that extra stop.
I think Russell's bringing it home right now. They seem to have won the first battle of 2026 if the cars just stay reliable, and that's all that's going to derail the Mercedes charge. Interestingly for Verstappen, so we don't have DRS this year. Every time you see the rear wings opening, the front wings opening as well, and it's active aero. So Norris does it as well as Verstappen. It also means the cars run basically maximum downforce for the corners, and then they are minimum downforce for the straights. And it means the natural slipstream then is lower, because Norris has less drag. He'll open his rear wing and the front wing. There we go. And it means that there's less of a hole to be punched for Verstappen. So the natural slipstream effect is less. There's no DRS, so if you've not got the battery, if you've not got more energy to deploy, you're stuck with a minimal slipstream. It's like Monza racing, always.
Yeah, it's described perfectly. You used to get that benefit with DRS if you're following the car within the 1 second window, where it would take off a huge amount of drag and downforce, of course, but it just gave you that overspeed. And what we're getting to understand as this race unfolds is how the cars can go racing. And right now, Lando is doing more than enough to hold the pace of Verstappen on those fresher tyres. The medium working well on the McLaren.
Yeah, that's why I think Verstappen had to go for the hard, because he is sliding around. The temperature that you were describing on everything in the Red Bull, sitting in that dirty air, but sliding around there is working the tyres harder as well. So going on the hards will keep them in check for longer. But the slipstream effect is just really low. Every time you look and see a natural closing speed that happens in all forms of motor racing and cycle racing and all of it, it's just reduced because of active aero. So I'm sure Max underneath the helmet will just be thinking, come on, give me something more here on the straight.
Yeah, and bicycles, it's about 30% energy you save if you're following somebody in front. So that's exactly where you'll find me when I go with the mammals, the fellow middle-aged men in Lycra.
You're not sitting on the front, DC?
No, my days of punching a hole in the air, long behind.
Charles Leclerc responding on the last lap in his battle with his teammate to stand on the lower step of the podium. And he was quicker on the last lap. Hamilton getting to that 3 second window. Leclerc just marking him off last time around. And Verstappen with the fastest lap of the Grand Prix, but now dropping that to 1.4 seconds. Lawson trying to close in on Alex Albon. If you're one of our newer viewers, top 10 score points in a Formula One Grand Prix.
By the way, Norris just did his best lap of the race on the last lap. Only a quarter of a second off the fastest lap of the race. So that's why the gap's just elongated between those two. Was he holding back, saving those medium tyres he was worried about, and now he's thinking, a few laps to go, let's send it.
Yeah, it does feel now only reliability can get in the way of this finishing order. We've learned a lot, haven't we, today? We've seen a lot of pass and repass early in this Grand Prix. Then it settled down. We're going to see a little smirker smile from Toto. He's got it, you know, it's back, isn't it? Mercedes is back. And you got to admire that when they were going through the difficult times, they kept the communication up. They kept, you know, being honest and transparent. And, well, these big regulations have given them an opportunity to innovate.
How long has George Russell waited for this as well? 8 seasons of Formula One for George. It feels like he's not been around that long. Got into Mercedes at the end of their dominant period. Valtteri Bottas left the team. 2022, Russell turns up. Ground effects, they weren't great at it. Suddenly they didn't have the best car, which they had at least the best or very similar to the best car in 2021. And his chance has had to be put on hold for a long time, but he has been driving at such a high level for a very long time. He's shown Toto Wolff and the management why he's been a great hire to replace Valtteri Bottas in 22. Now's his chance with a title-winning machine, and he has been on such good form this weekend.
Yeah, won in his first season with Mercedes in Brazil, straight fight with his teammate Lewis Hamilton that day, separated by less than 2 seconds across the line. And then in 2024, he picked up the pieces from Lando Norris and Max Verstappen, battling. Great win in Las Vegas last year. 2 wins, 1 in Canada and 1 in Singapore. But he's been playing cameos in the overall narrative of the season. That is about to change. It looks for all the world like Russell is going to get his first tilt at the title. Antonelli only 4.5 seconds away, though. The gap will be 7 points in the World Championship. If it finishes like this, George Russell's never led the World Championship any stage of his career.
Yeah, well, he's just about to. And what is super impressive as well of this, the pace of the top 6 cars. We've got Russell not far away from lapping Behrman, who's in 7th place. It's very reminiscent of the sort of late 90s when it was regular for cars to be lapped all the way to the back end of the points.
And you'd have 8 tenths separating the front row to the second row as well. Qualifying gaps are a little bit bigger. It will close up, won't it, pretty quickly. The other thing I want to throw in there on the penultimate lap is I think Ferrari, they might actually be in this, in the title fight. I'm sure that's given a lot of people a lot of hope, but when you think how good their race start was, Hamilton genuinely was trying to look at the race lead from 7th on the grid. This is a circuit that is, in theory, easier to overtake than some, and when you look at Max Verstappen struggling to pass Lando Norris, you look at George Russell being tucked in behind Charles Leclerc earlier on. Strategy has won the day here for Mercedes. They have the best car as well, but we will go to racetracks, including China next week, where it will be hard to pass, reliability will get better, there won't be as many safety cars. So if you have these rocket ships off the line taking the lead, they will get wins out of that, even if they don't have the outright pace.
Yeah, track position is going to be so important for the reasons that you just outlined there. Imagine that Mercedes are being very, very conservative with their overall pace, considering it is the first race of a new regulation set, considering that they had multiple problems of unreliability in pre-season testing. Now the gap is down to 3.9 seconds, 3.8 seconds. But George Russell has got past some of the back markers, and he's going to come across the line to start the final 3.2 miles of the Australian Grand Prix. We're on the last lap.
Yeah, Hamilton pushing into the back end of Charles Leclerc. This has been, as you say, Julian, a much, much stronger start to this campaign for Ferrari, and reassuringly a much stronger weekend for Lewis Hamilton than we saw last year. He's back.
And he will desperately be trying to force his teammate into a mistake, because he will not want to hear this podium stat over and over again. He hasn't been there for a long time, never with Ferrari in a Grand Prix. Can he force the error? Can he find a way by on the final lap of the race? A race that seems to be claimed by Mercedes in a 1-2 finish. And the last time they did that in a season opener was back in 2019. They've had to wait for a return to the front, but Albert Park is going to give them one if they can complete the final few sectors. And now into the final corners of the racetrack comes George Russell, a champion in the 3rd tier, a champion in the 2nd tier, but he's had to wait for his chance for the title in Formula One. He's ticking off the final corners. George Russell now into the penultimate. The crowd will acclaim him once again, and the Mercedes man applauding across the line. The pre-season favourite begins with a win. George Russell wins the Australian Grand Prix. It's a Mercedes 1-2 in a season opener for the first time since 2019. But they do seem to have a battle on their hands with Ferrari, who have led laps today, and they are separated across the line. Charles Leclerc completing the podium, Lewis Hamilton only 0.6 of a second behind. And it is Mercedes, Ferrari, smiles on the faces. I mean, he's almost laughing, Toto Wolff, the CEO and team principal of the team that have waited for their chance to fight for a title as well. Haven't taken a driver's title since 2020. Lando Norris is coming around the final corner now. Behrman was lapped, and so was Arvid Lindblad, but Arvid Lindblad scores points as an 18-year-old on debut. Audi score points in their first ever Grand Prix. Pierre Gasly is in 10th, and over the line, further up the road, the last cars that weren't lapped, Lando Norris stayed ahead of Max Verstappen. And it was a slightly longer road back to the front than Mercedes might have expected. Off the line, not so great. By the flag, P1, P2.
You ripper. Great job. Awesome drive. Awesome weekend. Well done, mate. Woo! Very nice, very nice. I like this car, I like this engine. Great job. I'll be the star on the front.
Mercedes and George Russell take the opening win of the year. He was the picture of intensity when he got out of the car and wandered into the paddock this morning. Took a private route, didn't want to stop and be disturbed, and just wanted to get in, get the job and complete the job, and he's done that.
Was that his best Kimi Antonelli impression?
I think he's going to have to explain that. I think we were hearing a private joke on the team radio there. Kimi Antonelli with a 2nd place.
Give us a George.
You boy. Nice work there, Kimi. Great recovery.
Felt a little bit tense at times there, mate, but yeah, great job bringing it back.
Thank you, everyone. What a start of the year. Thank you.
Well, only his 4th podium in Formula One. He equals his best with P2. You feel that that breakthrough win is not too far away. George Russell back to the pits. He's led laps here in the past in Australia. He broke down from the lead in 2023. And your driver of the day, Max Verstappen, who went from 20th on the grid to 6th position. A great recovery drive. The retirements, Hülkenberg, Piastri, Hadjar and Bottas. Alonso had pulled into the pits, had the car fixed, got back out there. Stroll finished in the end 15 laps down. They were doing a similar thing with a test session. George Russell picking his way through. Got a couple of podiums around here, but never a victory.
Georgie, congratulations, well done. It's a good start, car and power unit and the driver combination. Really good. Congratulations, really well done. We're all super thrilled.
Yeah, great job, everybody. Been a long time since we've been here, so very well deserved for all the efforts.
With the advantage, pass and repass with Charles Leclerc at the start. Would have been wondering they were going to have to get inventive. As soon as strategy came into play, they were able to take that stop under the virtual safety car, then claim the lead, and he stayed there, and he never looked likely to be deposed from P1 once he had achieved that position. In the end, 2.9 seconds across the line. Antonelli will be pleased if you consider that maybe without Max Verstappen's red flag in qualifying, Antonelli might have had to come from the back. Hugs between the two of them, but they might be the two for the title fight, and that could be very interesting for us to enjoy across our 9-month run to crown a champion. Mercedes back on top in Formula One, pole position and victory for George Russell. Hugs all round. A different pressure when you're expected to rattle off victories week in, week out. The most wins he's ever had in a season is 2. And the expectation will now be, every single time he comes to a paddock on a Sunday, that he's going to be the driver to beat. He's met those expectations this weekend, and he takes 25 points in the World Championship. Charles Leclerc, 7 times a podium finisher last year, getting his first in the opener of 2026. Hamilton still chases that Grand Prix podium, but it looks a lot better with this regulation set. That is your provisional top 10 and point scorers. And the debrief has begun between the two that were fighting for the lead in the opening half of the race.
To me, did it look slightly touchy there between Charles Leclerc and George Russell, explaining maybe a bit of racing earlier on?
Well, Russell was on the radio asking and really mentioning about the late chop. I'm sure we'll hear from both of them in a minute in conversation with the 2009 World Champion Jenson Button, and we'll get their thoughts having completed the first podium of the year. We're racing again in a week's time, Shanghai International Circuit. And now let's hear the thoughts from those who are going to occupy the podium in a few moments. The top 3 for the opening Grand Prix of the year, speaking to Jenson Button.
Congratulations, George. You just won the Australian Grand Prix, but not only that, you've also just won the first F1 race of the new era. How are you feeling?
Feeling incredible. It was a hell of a fight at the beginning. We knew it was going to be challenging. I got on the grid. I saw my battery level. I had nothing in the tank, made a bad start, and then obviously some really tight battles with Charles. So I was really glad to cross the finish line. But honestly, thank you so much to the whole team, because it's been a long time coming to have this car beneath us, and I'm going to start off in a better way.
If you look at the results after the race, if you hadn't watched the race, you'd think, oh, Mercedes just had it easy. George just walked away with it. It wasn't quite like that, was it? And it was so nice for us as fans to see you guys fighting out there.
I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. It was we had this suspicion that it was going to be a bit of a yo-yo effect. And as soon as one of us got in front, it just felt impossible to hold it. And obviously with this straight mode, we lose a lot of the front end on the car. So we're sort of just understeering a lot around these corners. So I'm sure the FIA are going to have to improve that a little bit because it was a bit sketchy. But yeah, made it in one piece and just, yeah, glad to be 1-2.
You started the year as you had hoped, I'm sure. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Kimmy, that was a very up and down race, but congratulations on coming home P2, 1-2 for the team. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, was the best start we could have wished for. Unfortunately, the start was really bad and lost a lot of pace. I mean, a lot of places, and I find myself, that I had to recover. But overall, was a good race. The pace was very strong, especially at the end, and yeah, just looking forward to next week.
I think every time we watched the screen, you were overtaking another car. So it's nice to see in this new era that there is that opportunity to overtake.
Yeah, I mean, the racing was incredible the first few laps. With the overtake is so powerful that it can, give a lot of action. So it was really good fun at the beginning. And yeah, now a bit of rest and looking forward to China.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Charles, first of all, thank you for making that race proper exciting with George. How was the car? How was the race? How is this new era of F1?
It was a very, very tricky race. I mean, honestly, at the start, I don't think anybody of us knew what to expect with the fights, with the energy, and then it's even more tricky for the overtakes to defend. You don't really know when your engine, your battery is going to cut in the straight. So while defending, there's massive speed differences. So it's been quite challenging, but I was happy to get out of this battle in first. Unfortunately, that didn't help us for the rest of the race, but it was a fun first part of the race. Then P3 is the best we could do today.
Yeah, that start was kind of what everyone expected from Ferrari, but you made the move on George in turn one. It looked like it was actually on the brakes rather than acceleration.
Yeah, and I think the person that is switching off the lights have been quite cheeky, because for the first start of the season with these cars to go so quick, lights off, was I think it took us everybody by surprise, and we're always very much on the limit with the power units. So I think that played a little bit in our hands, but it's part of the game. I mean,
I have to ask, without the virtual safety car, do you think you would have had an opportunity to fight George for the win?
I don't think so, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, it looked like Mercedes maybe had a bit more pace than us today, but maybe not as much as what we saw yesterday, so that's a good thing. But I don't think we could have one.
Congrats, guys.
The top three. I think they're all expecting other questions. The top three. In conversation with Jenson Button. And Ferrari up and running with a podium in the opener. The cars crossing the line together. 0.6 of a second between Hamilton and Charles Leclerc. Interesting that Charles Leclerc didn't believe there was the chance to fight overall for the win. But you just don't know. You force your rival into a position that they don't want to run in. The car's different in clean air to dirty air. And Melbourne P1 2026. Sums it up nicely from George Russell, who's signing the champagne. He's going upstairs in a minute to spray it, and here his national anthem. But mission complete. The first race of the season. That's the moment they all dream of. Seeing the checkered flag first. And smiles all round in the Mercedes garage. Russell beating his teammate to the win. Antonelli very pleased to recover, losing positions off the start. And the crowd awaiting the first podium of the season. George Russell is the 7th different winner in the last 7 Australian Grand Prix. So the fans that turn up en masse are treated to a different name on the top step in recent times. Kimi Antonelli has tied his best career finish with P2 in a Grand Prix. And the Ferraris 3rd and 4th. Lando Norris in P5. That's his 5th consecutive top 6 finish in Melbourne. So again, he shows a strong form. Our winner last year and did well to hold off Max Verstappen, whose 10-race podium run which is the second longest of his Formula One career, has come to a halt with that P6. But considering he rose up the order from 20th, pretty decent. George Russell in 2026. DC's name there on the left a couple of times, 1997 and 2003. And due to the nature of this place, there's no obvious cool-down room, so we had a little bit of the debrief there. But it's up the stairs and then at the back of the podium, so it's more of a, there's no seating. It's an odd one, this. We don't get this anywhere else. It's just the nature. Let's listen in.
I need to reduce the front wing big time. And the blue flags, wow.
I almost crashed with Paris in 9.
Yeah. Oh, it was sketchy.
Did you take the...
Oh, thank goodness they found them some seats.
But I didn't know where Hadjar was, so I was looking in my mirror for Hadjar, and you just...
You had a problem with the battery.
No, we both started on the grid, 0% battery.
But I think Hadjar as well. I was like 20. I had a bit more than you, but...
Wow.
But I screwed up here. I didn't press my overtake here. I thought it was done, and I didn't press the overtake, the boost. Yeah. Look at the bottom end now. Yeah, and this. Oh, that was Lewis. Well, that lady doing the flag.
What?
There was a woman doing the flag on the ground, or basically on the flag. Oh. But you guys weren't slow. You were not slow.
Yeah, but yesterday, guys.
Yeah, but I think you guys screwed up Q3, because nobody really improved it, except we went miles faster. But you had good...
Always feels like George Russell is part driver, part analyst, and giving us some really excellent feedback there. So he feels Ferrari were closer in qualifying. The team did say, Fred Vasseur did say yesterday about the execution not being great. And this is a brilliant sight at the end for everyone to run their way to the podium. And that's down on the exit of turn 2. They got a long run to make it. But I do think they can get there by the end. The crowd invasion has begun. The first Grand Prix of the year in the books. Charles Leclerc, 7 times on the podium last year. He's got one in race 1, and that is his 51st trip to a Formula One podium. Contrast that with Kimi Antonelli, and he's 4th time up there. But George Russell claiming his 25th podium and his 6th career victory. George Russell will climb onto the top step and hear his national anthem.
The British and German national anthems. George Russell. The winner's trophy is presented to him by the Honourable Steve DeMoss.
Well, this is special for George Russell. He's waited his chance for a tilt at the title, but it's only his 6th Grand Prix victory. And his first in Australia.
Presented with the FIA President's Medal by Andrew Fraser, President of Motorsport.
There's a gold medal to go with it as well.
Well done to the winning constructor, Mercedes-AMG Petronas F1 team, represented by Hugh Thomas, Managing Director of Mercedes-AMG HPP, is presented with the...
Victory for Mercedes was predicted by many. You've still got to deliver it. And jubilation for the group of mechanics underneath the podium who have worked so hard in pre-season testing and this weekend to get these new cars up and running. Kimi Antonelli given a wonderful reception from the crowd. He adds to his podium collection, only the 4th of his career, and matches his personal best with P2. Charles Leclerc adding another one, 51 podiums now in Formula One for the driver who made his debut in 2018. The champagne spray is for Mercedes. Charles Leclerc fought lap after lap, but when the German team hit the front, they stayed there. A brilliantly executed race once they had clear air for the championship favourite team and driver. Kimi Antonelli will have something to say about that. Not a clean weekend for him, but still a high level of performance. And the Oscar Piastri fans have seen plenty of overtaking, and they will hope that in the future their home favourite can finish a Sunday on these steps. But it's George Russell, Kimi Antonelli and Charles Leclerc who get us up and running. Mercedes have built a brilliant car, but Ferrari not too far away. When we go to circuits with slower corners, could they be more in the mix than we have seen this weekend? That is what the team from Brackley craved, and Brixworth, where they work on the power unit, and they have achieved it. Mercedes on top to start the year. George Russell, the driver to beat in Formula One. But my word, there is a long way to go until we reach the end of the season. Let's confirm the first result of the year. George Russell has taken the checkered flag for his 6th Grand Prix victory. A Mercedes 1-2, their first in a season opener since 2019. They won both titles that year. Charles Leclerc with a 51st podium in Formula One. Lewis Hamilton less than a second behind his teammate at the flag. Good battle between Norris and Verstappen. And it was Norris there. Oliver Behrman was a lap down, but in P7. Arvid Lindblad, a point scorer, Formula One on debut, 70th driver to achieve that. Audi scoring points in their first race in Formula One. And Gasly had a scrap with Bortoleto, had a scrap with Esteban Ocon, and eventually claimed the final point. Then it was Ocon, Albon, Lawson and Colapinto, Sainz and Perez. Perez finishing means that Cadillac see the flag in their first Grand Prix. And then it was Stroll finishing what was essentially a test session. Alonso, Bottas, Hadjar, Piastri and Hülkenberg, the retirements. 7-point lead for George Russell, the first time he has ever led the Drivers' Championship, which obviously after one race is exactly the same order that I've just read out to you. But notable for Arvid Lindblad, 4 points on debut and 2 points for Audi on debut. Good results for both. Esteban Ocon just missing out. Not the easiest week for reliability-wise for Williams. Franco Colapinto into the wall at one point, but able to continue, and work to do for Aston Martin with Fernando Alonso getting laps on the board. He completed 37 laps, Stroll completed 15 across the course of today. In the Constructors' Championship, a maximum for Mercedes to open up the year. Ferrari in second and McLaren in third, all of those points scored by Lando Norris. In fourth, Red Bull Racing, Hadjar retired. Haas in fifth, and it's Racing Bulls, Audi and Alpine yet to get on the board. Williams, Cadillac or Aston Martin. Well, an enormous thanks to Jolyon Palmer and David Coulthard, all of the team in front of the camera and behind the camera, and working through the night in the UK. We're up and running in F1 2026.
This broadcast of Formula One on Apple TV is presented by American Express.
There's hearing about it, and then there's being there with Platinum. There's nothing like feeling the rush of adrenaline up close. And being able to see the game from here and enjoy the match from here. There's nothing like making memories with the ones who matter most. And being able to say I was there, and there, with exclusive access to unique experiences worldwide. There's nothing like Platinum.
A part is never just a part. It has to be designed, fabricated, tested, again, and again, until the lights go out. Baja is a torture test, pushing every element of the Raptor's performance. If it can survive that, it can handle just about anything.
This broadcast of Formula One on Apple TV is presented by American Express.
There's flying, and then there's making the most of it with Platinum. There's nothing like arriving early and enjoying it. Nothing like having tea across the pond, a cocktail in Atlanta, and a tranquil place to work in Tokyo, all waiting for you. Nothing like best-in-class cuisine and service to match worldwide, with access to the largest global airport lounge network. There's nothing like Platinum.
George Russell kicks off this new era of Formula One with the win, and his teammate Kimi Antonelli makes it a Mercedes 1-2 for the first time since 2019. It wasn't all their own way though. Ferrari were asking the questions. They flew off the line at the start. Charles Leclerc completes the podium. It was a brilliant race to start the season. We have got a lot to unpack. And we're going to do it in the paddock in the company of this lot. Jolyon Palmer, George afterwards on the team radio said, oh yeah, lovely, I like this car. He's got a lot to be happy about, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, he's championship leader now. He's had such a clean weekend, really put it all together. He was so wary of the Ferraris at the start, we all were, and that was the only thing he had to deal with really, was the rockets at the start. And then the race fell on his plate really, and he didn't look back, didn't think he would. Once he had the car in clean air, he's got a great chance this year, hasn't he?
Juan Pablo Montoya, what was your reaction to that race?
The start was amazing, a lot more overtaken than anybody expected. The racing was mixed, it was really good. Surprised but not surprised at Ferrari with the strategy, to be honest. It's like, I don't know, I was kind of shocked. You should have at least divided the cars. Mercedes was very clear on what they were doing, and you know, heads off again to Mercedes. They executed well, and Lewis did pretty good. I was impressed.
Well, you talk about strategy. We've got to head over to Ruth Buscombe then, don't we?
Sorry,
really?
taking your job.
Grand Prix winning strategist over there, Ruth. What did you make of the strategy? Did the strategy win it for Mercedes?
No. I think what Charles said in the kind of cool down there, when he said, you know, I think the Mercedes pace ultimately got it to them. I think they lost around 10 seconds by going for that strategy. That's the difference between taking the stop in racing conditions, virtual versus virtual safety car. I think the Mercedes had the edge today. Could they have made it a lot harder for them? Yes, I think so. I came over to Jolyon after the end of the race and I was like, do you know why they didn't split the cars? Because sometimes you might miss things. But yeah, it's hard out there, isn't it? And you can see lots of different teams going for it. That first virtual safety car was right on the window, and it's the hardest call to make when you're leading, and they didn't get the opportunity to box at the second virtual safety car, which was the easier call to take it.
But why didn't they split the cars? It's a really hard call to make for the race leader that early, I get it. And Mercedes were marginal for the one stop thereafter, so Ferrari obviously thought, it's a bit early, let's wait for the safer one, but split the cars. Lewis said it straight away. Guys, why have we both stayed out? And both Mercedes saw it and pitted. It reminded me a little bit of Qatar last year, when McLaren were left out, hoping for another safety car that never came.
For me, that's what some of the gloriousness of a first race, which is that the numbers they're looking at, they're making decisions based off what they think the tyres are going to do and what they think the overtaking difficulty is being. And I think they got those two slightly wrong. I think they thought that the medium was going to be able to go really deep into the race, much lower deg potentially, so that you could actually keep both cars out.
It did go quite far, though.
But like 40 laps, and then, you know, you could keep going, and you could take that 10 seconds back, and the overtaking might have been harder for them in their model.
Do you know what, guys? Let's get into it. Jolyon, we've got to get to the race highlights. Come on.
We'll roll the highlights.
It was a 6th career win for George Russell. This is how we did it.
Our journey around the world to crown a champion is about to begin.
Oscar Piastri, the home favourite, has hit the wall on the reconnaissance lap to the grid. He said he's okay, but extraordinarily, we've already lost to McLaren from this race.
The new season is underway. They crawl off the line, and Charles Leclerc's to the inside. He's done it. What a start for the Ferraris. Charles Leclerc goes through. He climbs 3 positions and takes the lead from 4th on the grid. Out front, George Russell sweeps by, and the Mercedes man reclaims the lead. And Charles Leclerc is going to try and go all the way around the outside to retake the lead.
It is this wonderful game of cat and mouse.
Ferrari back to P1. Problem for Isaac Hadjar, out of the Grand Prix on lap 11. George Russell in, Kimi Antonelli in, they took the opportunity. Can he go around the outside? Great defense on the restart for Arvid Lindblad, but it's about to end. Sweeping by, taking the position, Max Verstappen back up to P6. Charles Leclerc has been called to the pit lane.
Well, that surprises me. That surprises me a lot.
George Russell looking to the inside and not being given away by until now. George Russell back into the lead.
And now Hamilton pits.
And the Mercedes man applauded across the line. George Russell wins the Australian Grand Prix. So Mercedes 1-2 in a season opener.
Woo! Very nice. I like this car. I like this engine.
Well, Charles Leclerc and George Russell traded that lead 7 times in the opening 9 laps in that epic start. We're going to get into everything. We are going to talk about Ferrari's strategy because this lot really want to get into that. But we've got Ollie Bearman with us from Haas. Ollie, P7, happy?
Yes, happy. It was a great race. The start was very challenging and I was back to 23rd or 24th, but then I managed to come back and actually in those early laps I managed to get all the way back up to 12th. Using the boost button, I felt like I was a bit in a video game. Then after that, you know, everything settled down and everyone is kind of doing their own rhythm. The VSC came out and we decided to stay out because I was the second car and have actually a bit of clean air after that. Luckily, to be honest, I was the second VSC and we managed to benefit from that. But we'd overcut basically all of the other cars who had boxed on the first one. And then it was basically clean run to the line. I just had to fight with Arvid, who did an excellent job defending. And he had, I think, extra battery power hidden somewhere in his car, but it was very fun nonetheless.
I want to talk to you about that battle with Arvid Lindblad. We can show it to you now, actually, on the monitor. What was going through your mind here? What do you make of this?
Don't crash, basically. You know, you have no grip in the straights anymore because of this straight line mode, so you can't really do any erratic moves. You have to be... And then, oh, you missed it, but then obviously I used all of my battery in turn 1, so then he overtook me in turn 3 like I was standing still. and then into turn 6, you know, I'm like lifting off, just praying that I can recharge the battery for turn 9. We were side by side again into turn 9, so I can see why. I didn't realize that the leaders changed so many times, but I can see why that happened, to be honest.
Yeah, it was a lot of energy deployment, swapping around a little bit like you guys were having. But what I liked was you obviously had the battery power on the straight, but then you had to really work for it to stay there when you were low on the energy. How is the racing generally? You said you were quite a long time behind Arvid trying to find a way past.
Yeah, you know, on one side, on this track, the overtaking delta is like 8 or 9 tenths. Last year, DRS was 6 tenths. This year, the overtake mode is worth 1 tenth. So it's kind of 3 times more difficult to overtake on a track like this where you don't have much energy reserve. So, you know, I feel like with the pace delta I had, which especially at the start was quite decent, I probably would have overtaken him a bit more easily last year. And basically with these new regs, you kind of get one shot at it, and if you don't pull it off, you spend another 3 laps recharging the battery. So overall, I was happy to get through. But then you're looking in your mirrors for like 2 laps, hoping that you can hold on.
Yeah, so that's why you do the move, you use your energy, and then you're like, right, how wide can I make this car for a while?
But it looked really exciting. I know it's a little different, and I think people need, especially the drivers, need to learn to maximize it. Do you think you got to the point you go, okay, I know what I need to do, or you end up the race going, man, I should have done this, or we need to review everything, how we're doing things?
Yeah, you know, I think this track is a tough one because there's just no braking zones, you know, so there's no places to recharge the battery. Bahrain felt almost similar to last year at times when I was driving the car, and the boost button is actually working because you always have a bit of margin in the battery pack. This track, on the other hand, from the exit of turn 6 until turn 11, you have no battery. You know, you're discharging fully the battery pack. So pretty much it's you know, you don't have much flexibility, which is annoying. But I think, like I said, this is the worst case scenario, and that means as a team we learn the most because it's the biggest stress test, you know. So when we get to China, I think it's going to be a bit more interesting.
You won your race. P7, the next car ahead of you is Max, so that's as
yeah,
much as
pretty
you can
much.
do.
That's the best we could have done, in my opinion, today. And obviously we benefited from some retirements of the cars in front, but that's standard on the first race of a new era.
Ollie, I'm being told that we've got to let you go, so off you
Okay,
go.
bye.
Thank you so
Thanks.
much. Celebrate tonight. Listen to
you.
Taylor Swift or something.
See you.
I've heard that's his favourite singer, Taylor Swift. There we go.
Many peoples.
Many
So we're
people.
going back to?
Juan Pablo, yeah. So when we were watching the highlights, Juan Pablo Montoya said to us, we've got to hold Ferrari to account. So go on, here's the floor, off you go.
No, honestly, we always complained last year that Ferrari was never aggressive enough and they always missed a strategy. And in my opinion, they did again. I think maybe they didn't have a car to win, but they brought the fight to Mercedes. They got the start. They were holding position. I think Charles did an amazing job coming back to, you know, I mean, to George over and over again, and he was looking really good. And then the safety car comes out, the virtual one, and it's like everybody but them. It's like, not again. It's like, why? It's like at some point there's got to be somebody going, are we really the odd man out? It's like we can't have 10 smart teams. You know, I mean, you have 10 smart teams and one missing it, and in their mind thinking everybody's getting it wrong.
I thought there was a big paradox between how hard Charles was working to take the fight to Mercedes, and then, you know, he knows he has to throw caution to the wind. So the race start, he's launching in. It was superb. It wasn't just on the getaway. He still had to do it on the brakes. Then he was so aggressive. You know, we heard George on the radio saying that's not really what we're supposed to do according to their chats before.
But George, you always hear that from George.
And the stewards didn't care, did they?
Exactly.
So, you know, he's taking the fight so hard. But then I felt like Ferrari they gave it a little bit the white flag, especially when they did pit in the end. It felt like it was we've tried, we've got nothing more to offer. When they could have stayed out and just hoped for a little bit more, they'd sort of accepted defeat. Ruth, can we play out a scenario? What happens if Charles Leclerc pits at that first stop?
You see, I think what actually would have happened if they would have ended up pretty much in similar positions. But what I think they did was they underestimated how fast they were, because you didn't really get a reference. You know, you never get a reference when you're playing that cat and mouse game. I think potentially they thought their only chance of beating the Mercedes was to stay out and take the track position, because I think they thought maybe this is our only chance to be able to have it. But, you know, obviously in hindsight, it was the wrong decision. I'm sure they're going to review that
but look
and
at
make
Lewis.
it.
Look at Lewis. Lewis went on the radio and said, why we didn't even split the cars?
I agree, mate.
I mean, he's been around long enough, and we all looked at each other and going, not again.
So let's say Charles pits from the lead.
Yes.
Does George pit from second?
Absolutely.
Probably not. I think he probably stays out at that point to get the clear air.
I think they would have come in.
Well, then perfect for Ferrari. Then they have track position. They've both pitted,
Yeah.
and they can win the race if Charles gets his elbows out for as
If
long
he
as
can
possible.
keep up what he was doing, he would.
They
And
give him
worst
the best
case
shot.
scenario, yeah. And if they don't win, they're right there. Like, it's like they went to Mercedes and said, you know what, have at it. We'll just take second. I'll be happy with second.
And if George doesn't pit because the Mercedes want the free air, they think they've got the car pace, then they wouldn't have been able to get the VSC like Ferrari didn't get the second one. and they'd have then had the full 19-second pit stop and had to charge through. So they would have had to work a lot harder for it. Either they both pit, or George doesn't, and he has to work harder than he did.
Well, let's find out what a 7-time world champion thinks about that race. Here is Lewis Hamilton.
Hey Lewis, I know you're not on the podium, but it feels like you're back in the game, right? So it looked like you had a lot of fun out there. Just talk me through how you're feeling.
Yeah, I feel great. I feel like I could have kept going. I wish the race was longer. I think, another 5 laps or so, I would have definitely, I think I would have got third. So there's lots and lots of positives to take from today, and the car was feeling great, and it was actually a really fun race.
As a team, it feels like, I know you haven't quite got the pace of Merc, but you're in the mix, right? So it feels like if you do the right things, hopefully over the next couple of races, you might be able to get in the fight, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've got some work to do to try and catch up with we got to work on improving our power, clearly, because they're just got more power than everyone, it seems, or more battery power. I'm not really sure what it is. So, but I really think we maximized our result and our performance, and I felt great in the car. So I'm really, really excited for the next races.
Great work. See you next one.
Well, that was very positive from Lewis Hamilton, wasn't it? He wanted the race to be longer. He's very excited for the races coming up, Shanghai. Jolyon, in commentary, you said that it's actually quite positive for Ferrari, because if they go to other races where overtaking isn't as easy, they can capitalise off that fast start. So Ferrari fans, really, I mean, this is okay.
Yeah, and it may well be, for all our strategy chat, that third and fourth was the best they could do because of the pace anyway around this circuit. But there's two things. Firstly, as Ollie's already said, this is the circuit where you have to recharge the most aggressively, and that favours Mercedes. A track like Bahrain, where we were testing, it was way more normal, the driving. There was a little bit of clipping, and it suited Ferrari more. Yesterday, Mercedes had a massive advantage in the straights. So that will help Ferrari. And also overtaking. I mean, Ollie's saying this circuit is actually one of the easier. It's still difficult. So if Ferrari can keep getting off the line very well, and it's hard to overtake, and there's not the safety car throwing up strategy conundrums, then they're going to win races quickly this year.
I feel like you agree with that, Ruth, do you?
Do you know what? I don't. It's never
That's
right.
surprising.
Do you know what? China, I think, is an easy overtake track. I still think the starts are going to make a big thing, and I think with the power sensitivity. But the good thing is that car, the race trim, the race pace was much closer than we saw yesterday in qualifying, which I think we expected it to be closer. Around 3/10. Now, Mercedes may still have more performance to come but I think you can see he's a happy Lewis, isn't he?
But you look at the pace against Charles. Of course he's going to be happy. He came out of the pits, 7 seconds behind and finished within a second of him. When have we seen Lewis last year do that? It was never. It was, Charles had the upper hand all year long, and I think Lewis is comfortable in the car, and he's starting to push the car, and he's starting to get the results.
He's been brilliant this weekend.
Yes.
The results actually don't justify how well he's driven. I would say he was very quick in Melbourne, or comparatively with Charles last year, and he's great in China. Remember that sprint from last season. So hopefully he'll take that confidence, and hey, I think we could see Lewis right in the fight next week.
Are we saying Lewis Hamilton's back?
He never left, Betty.
I think Ferrari are back. This is much better for
especially
both of them.
for Lewis.
Ferrari are back. Okay, interesting. So Ferrari are back. Mercedes are very happy. George Russell has kicked off this new era of Formula One with the win, and his teammate Kimi Antonelli makes it a 1-2.
There's traveling, and then there's seeing the world with Platinum. There's nothing like a stay that sets the standard with the largest global hotel program. Nothing like knowing at fine hotels and resorts, a complimentary breakfast starts your day. And you have more time to play with an extra night. Nothing like never having to rush home thanks to late checkout. With exceptional travel benefits worldwide, there's nothing like Platinum.
You know, I've always found it strange. People really want to save money, but are so willing to toss their hard-earned coin into a 3-foot pool of disappointment.
I want to be rich.
You don't need to throw your money away. All you need is your phone.
Oh.
No. Go to Geico, get a quote, and you could save $900 with your phone.
Look at that, it's ringing.
What? What are you doing, mate?
I'm going in.
It feels good to save some coin. It feels good to Geico.
At RBC Wealth Management, we know you have ideas for your future. Ideas that can have you taking more time off or putting more time in. They could mean more peace and quiet or more fun and games. Ideas you can drive or that drive you. From settling in to living it up, what ideas will you bring to life? No more with RBC Wealth Management.
Well, the paddock is busy and bustling. There's a lot of people hanging around here in Melbourne. George Russell then has won the first race of the 2026 season. Juan Pablo, what do you think about Mercedes' starts? Are they going to be slightly worried about, you know, their slower starts in comparison to Ferrari?
Yes, because they're not as easy to get right. It is incredible because they made studies about it. They have done a lot of preparation, and this is what they got. So now they need to start looking at how can we get more power. You start putting more power, you start spinning the tires. Why is the Ferrari can get the extra traction? Back in the day, my time was the Renault. Fernando Alonso used to do those blinding starts, and there was nothing you can do. And sometimes it's just the nature of the car, and that's, you know what I mean? And there's a chance they're going to suffer with this whole year. They're going to get better, but are they going to get as good as Ferrari? I highly doubt it.
Yeah, for once I agree with you, Juan. I think yes, I think it's a development item. Fred mentioned it like to us in the paddock, and then even into the media that, you know, he was kind of saying the start's going to be pretty tricky with these new power units. We don't have that MGUH that helps spin up the turbo that we had helping last year. Now the Ferrari, they put a lot of effort into that, and I think they deserve that advantage. Long may it live. It made it super great for us watching it.
Let's move on then and talk about Red Bull, because it was sort of mixed fortunes for them. Max Verstappen went from 20th, Jolyon, all the way up the grid to 6th, had that nice little battle with Lando Norris going on. He did well. Do you think he could have got more out of that car, or did that look like that was it?
In terms of pace, I mean, I think he was a little bit quicker than Lando, but I've heard that he was struggling with any extra energy deployment. So the boost button that Ollie described as the key to the overtakes, I don't know if Max had that available to him. So that's why he wasn't having any sort of closing speed. Mentioned it on commentary, the slipstream is not that effective. So you need to have extra energy to deploy. If you don't have that, you're really not going to overtake. So I think that cost him one position. And overall, decent race, managed to carve his way through earlier on. But they're not on the pace of the top two teams.
Yeah, I think the gremlins that caught them out yesterday. I think there was a couple more gremlins that caught them out again today. It looked like twice during that race. There was two separate instances where he complained that he didn't have that boost button that obviously, you know, gives you that kind of extra oomph that's very important to be able to overtake. One thing I do disagree with you on, though, is the pace. Because actually, I think that car was the second fastest car. And if he'd started P3, I think he would have been, you know, a thorn in the side. I reckon he would have been P3 or P4.
Well, he would have beat Ferrari because Ferrari wouldn't stop and they would.
Oh, no.
Realistically.
Okay. Well, let's
Sorry,
hear
but
what
it's the
Max
truth.
Verstappen thought about that then. Here he is talking to Lawrence Barretto.
Hey Max, well, heck of a fight back from where you were starting today. Just talk me through how pleased you were with what you could at least try to salvage from today's race.
Yeah, I mean, it was okay. Of course, we also have quite a bit more pace than the midfield, so I just needed to clear that clean, which we did. I learned a lot, of course, also with the battles and how to use the battery and stuff, so that was, I think, quite a positive thing. And then at one point I was quite by myself, just settling in. And I think, yeah, the two hard compounds today didn't really work for us, so a lot of degradation, a lot of graining, and that made me then, of course, do a two-stop.
Just on the gap to the top, Mercedes and Ferrari, just quite a big one. What do you kind of reflect on that? How big is that? How tough is that?
Yeah, I just grained way too quickly. That's why we had to then pit again for new tires.
But in terms of the gap to Mercedes and Ferrari, it's still there, isn't it? Are you concerned about how big it is at the minute, or do you think it's more circuit-specific?
Concerned. I mean, I can be concerned about it, but it's not going to change anything, right? So I'm not concerned about it. We just work as a team to try and close that gap, and yeah, step by step, of course, hopefully we can be more competitive.
All right, thanks, Max. Cheers.
Okay, so Max Verstappen saying he's not concerned about that gap between them and Mercedes. Do you think he should be? Well,
I mean, it's going to take a bit of time. The big question is from now on, the next 5 weeks, is who brings development, and we're going to start to see which development works and which one doesn't, because that is going to mix a lot of the grid. Because, you know, as Ruth probably going to agree with me, is not every upgrade you bring into the track means that the car is going to go quicker.
Well, one team that's historically quite good at upgrades and developments throughout the season is McLaren. Jolyon, do you think Lando Norris, where do you think he's going to be in terms of how satisfied he's going to be with the performance today?
Really dissatisfied. He's not had an easy weekend. Didn't have a huge amount of pace, didn't have a huge reason for it, was in free air for most of it and just couldn't match the guys ahead. Same power unit for McLaren as is in the back of the Mercedes, so McLaren have got a lot of headroom with getting them more out of that Mercedes power unit. And he's the reigning champion. So, you know, to come back and not be able to fight at the moment is obviously going to be disappointing, as it is for Max. And obviously we haven't really spoken about Oscar.
We're going to get on to Oscar. That's what we need
am
to
I
move
getting
on
ahead
to,
of myself
Jolie.
again?
You
Yeah.
are getting a little bit. Just while you're talking about the power units, this is something that I've been wondering, and I think a lot of people have been asking this question. If the likes of McLaren, Alpine, Williams have the same power unit as Mercedes, why are they so much farther behind?
Well, I mean, we were asking ourselves yesterday, weren't we, really? Mercedes make the power unit. They supply McLaren, Alpine and Williams. They are privy to more information earlier. It's all a game of recharge and deployment and how you manage to use the energy from the battery. The combustion engine is the combustion engine. The battery is the magic at the moment in terms of the performance.
Yeah, I think it's how they recharge it. I think the big part is the software, and you know what I mean, everybody gets given kind of the same software, but everybody else gets a blank page, where Mercedes gets all the development, and each team needs to come up with their own way of how they're going to recoup. I think after this race, I think a lot of the Mercedes teams are going to look back at it and go, this is what we need to do. And one of the reasons I think Max struggled today as well to pass is because Lando had the Mercedes power unit.
I was speaking to Alex Albon before, and he's got the Mercedes power unit, and they're no better off for it. Williams, Alpine, McLaren. I do think they've probably got more room to develop. I think Mercedes have got more on top of it earlier, so there's more opportunities for their rivals to catch up. But Alex was saying, basically, we think we're doing what we know as the most, but then you see Mercedes doing something completely different, and it works for them. So there's some tricks in there that Mercedes have got that others don't.
So some learnings maybe to be made. Let's move on to Oscar Piastri then. Absolute heartbreak. Crashed out before the race even started. Ruth, what was your reaction to that?
Absolutely gutting. It looked like, he kind of drops that wheel and then it's a bit of a, torque spike, cold tyres. I mean, first off, poor Oscar. He's come off the back of two miserable races here. Miserable for the fans, and, just shows how easy it is to make a mistake with this new generation of cars. We had Max yesterday, Oscar today. That's two big names, it's two great drivers, kind of getting caught out with, what would have been a small issue in last year.
He takes a gear just as he's going to lose that rear, and I wonder if that's what gives him a sort of torque spike, as you mentioned. It's completely caught him out. He's not going that hard. He's just out of the pits. Low grip out there. And then it reminds me a little bit of when Carlos Sainz lost it under safety car last year. And again,
exactly the same thing. It's just the program is different. What you're used to do when you short shift, what we call short shift, is that you don't use all the power. You just go to the next gear just to make it smooth. But the problem, the way it's preset is always trying to give you the most power possible. And I think he went to the next gear and pressed the throttle thinking it was going to be smooth, and it wasn't.
Okay, so Oscar Piastri just cannot break that home curse. This is how the Australian Grand Prix is finished then. George Russell gets the first win of the season. Kimi Antonelli in P2, Charles Leclerc P3, Lewis Hamilton P4, and Lando Norris P5.
Before athletes lay claim to the world stage, Deloitte is there. Integrating strategy, technology, and data for the Olympic and Paralympic Games to connect all of us to each other and to all the moments we'll never forget. Deloitte, together makes progress.
turf as well. Well, George Russell got the win, his 6th career win. Here he is talking to Lawrence Barretto.
Hey George, well, congratulations. How pleased are you with the way that you handled that entire race from the start when it got tense with the Ferraris to the way that you managed it throughout the rest of it?
Well, it kind of was the race that we were anticipating, like difficult start, potentially yo-yoing with the overtakes. I knew we had the car pace, so I probably left a bit more margin while fighting Charles. And he was, quite aggressive in some of the defensive manoeuvres. But at the end of the day, I think we created a really good race for you guys watching at home. As challenging as it was still fun from within the cockpit. And maybe these new regs aren't as bad as everyone's making out.
Obviously, there's a lot of expectation on you guys through pre-season. You've delivered on what you wanted to achieve here. Yeah. How proud are you of the way that you've delivered and the team as well?
No, really proud. I think it's just been a clean weekend. Obviously, today was slightly more challenging. But I think when the pace we saw Ferrari was more like what we were anticipating and not what we saw in qualifying. So I don't know what happened with the other teams in qualifying. That pace difference wasn't what anybody was expecting. However, what we saw Ferrari today, they're definitely in the mix.
Great stuff.
Thank you.
Well, George Russell on the radio said, yeah, I like this car. Very, very nice indeed. He got the job done. He was the favourite. He's the World Championship favourite coming in, the pre-season favourite. You can see Toto Wolff there, yeah. He liked the look of that, and Mercedes won too as well for the first time since 2019. We can now bring in Jonathan Wheatley, Audi team principal.
Oh, sorry.
Here he is. Jonathan, hello. Lovely to meet you. Betty here. Go on then. Round up your emotions. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, a bit yin and yang, because it never feels great doing my job when one of the drivers doesn't get to start the race. We lost telemetry, so we don't actually even know what happened with Nico's car, taking it apart at the moment. But look, it doesn't take away from the fact that at Audi Revolut Formula One team's very first Grand Prix that we scored points in the race, and it's a great feeling.
Have you managed to speak to Nico Hülkenberg yet?
Yeah, he came up and had a chat in the pit wall straight away. I mean, look, it's not his first rodeo. He's very pragmatic about these things. He takes a long-term view on it, and actually there are a lot of drivers that didn't get to finish the race today.
Yeah, well, indeed. So, Gabriel Bortoleto, he must be absolutely buzzing. What has he said to you, and how proud are you of his performance?
Do you know, I just had 30 seconds with him before I came here. His outstanding comment is he's exhausted. It's a mental as well as a physical challenge, how to use the energy correctly in these cars to get lap time out of these cars. It's proving to be a really exciting set of regulations, I think.
Do you think it felt exciting with the race start, but it must be so, I don't know, hard to manage the race from your perspective?
Well, we had a motor race today. I was watching it at the front, and I thought, actually, I ought to be paying attention to my driver. And it was great to see it. It was very interesting, and those of you who know what you're looking at, if you look at Gabriel trying to fight Arvid on the last few laps, you see how the energy use is so important.
We had 16 finishes as well. Obviously, you didn't have a starter in there, but the one that did start managed to make it to the end. And a two-stop, which I thought was a great call by the team. How was it from the pit wall? And obviously, you had the focus all on one driver, which maybe helped a little bit then?
That's an interesting question, because we're bringing together a chassis and powertrain team that's never worked with each other before. Obviously, we've done a lot of testing over the winter. The different voices on the intercom, it doesn't run quite as smoothly, it doesn't feel, but actually, coming away from it, I think we've made some tremendous progress, There was good conversations. Yeah, we were aggressive, why not? Put another set of tyres on it, see if you could get as far as Behrman. Didn't quite happen. Unfortunately, Colapinto, I think, kind of, because he boxed and came out ahead of us, it kind of ruined Gabby's charge. But yeah, I think it shows our ambition.
Are you comfortable and happy where you start pace-wise? Do you think, were you expecting this, be more competitive, less competitive, and how are we looking for upgrades?
Do you know what? I honestly, I didn't know. We've tried to just concentrate on ourselves this winter and not get caught up in the normal battle of trying to work out what other teams are doing. Just concentrate on our own performance, have a clean race weekend. That's what we did this weekend. I think, not clean enough on Nico's side of in terms of starting the race, but
I find it fascinating, the build-up to it. I find it fascinating, the teams working together and how it comes together.
Jonathan, we've got to let you go now because you've got to go to the debrief. Have fun.
Thank you. Thanks,
I'm
everyone.
Sure that'll be spicy. Gabriel Bortoleto, though, points on the board. I mean, brilliant from him.
Yeah, I was just about to ask Wheatley about what they learnt during that race, because we had a chat before the race and we were talking about it being a race of attrition. I asked every team how many cars they thought was going to finish. His answer was 12, which was actually quite high, I would say, compared to field average. The highest number I heard was 16. But, you know, what you could see there was I think that they did a really good job of adjusting the plan with Gabby as they went. I think, you know, you could hear from the team radio that two-stop was, as you mentioned, a reaction. And I think you could see up and down the grid, teams are really having to work to adjust their strategy and their plan based on what their strengths and weaknesses are and the gaps that they've got. And in the midfield, there were some really interesting stories.
It's interesting as well, sorry, that of all the people that retired, Aston Martin obviously had a complicated day, but everyone else, it was one car. So Audi could learn with Bortoleto, Cadillac could still learn with Checo. You had Verstappen out there for Red Bull. So I feel like at this stage of the season, with so much development coming, everyone needs to learn. And if you have two cars out, you're a little bit stuffed. But one car can learn a huge amount still.
Yeah, I think something that is very interesting is you look at the Mercedes side, for example, and everything they did, they just executed, where everybody else seems to be learning through the race, where Mercedes had kind of a clear plan, and even Ferrari had a clear plan with their car. They knew how they need to use the energy. They knew how to do everything, where when you talk to Audi and the mid teams, they all, talk about, how the driver had to learn and adapt to it.
Yeah, well, you mentioned Aston Martin there. Let's talk a little bit about them. They were in, out, eventually they were out to conserve components. Why were they doing that, Juan? Explain that.
They hadn't done any testing. So the first time they're going to make an adjustment to the car is like, oh, we're way too high. We're looking at the data. We're too conservative. Come back in, adjust the ride height. Okay, let's try again. How's the car feeling? Okay, you like this? Oh, we picked up a ton of understeer. We're doing this. Okay, let's try something else. And they're using this as a test session. It's the first time the car was actually running properly.
Yeah, you're getting more laps than an FP2 session. I remember doing that with one of my cars that was broke. We used to do it for pit stop practice because you can, if you've got a car at the beginning of the season, if you've got a brand new crew, you're trying to sync everything up together. Every lap out there, you can learn something, you can test an item, and it's their right to be on the racetrack for as long as they want to be on the racetrack for.
I feel like it's a state of play that I thought that was an all right day for them.
Yeah.
They've had an all right weekend. We thought that they were maybe even going to barely race. But they did get some laps. I thought Fernando showed an element of qualifying pace. They still need loads of performance, but
it's a big step.
Yeah, it's a huge step. But even just getting the car on track and coming through the pits, making some changes, treating it like a test session, it will help them develop a lot.
Well, maybe things are on the up for Aston Martin. I mean, it couldn't get much worse after pre-season testing. It was a struggle, but I'll tell you who is very happy right now: George Russell, Kimi Antonelli, and Mercedes.
When every day feels the same, one man wants more.
I need an adventure.
So Ken goes to Expedia, the one place you go to go places.
So if I book my flight now but my stay later...
Book now or add later. You still save.
Thanks, voice in the sky.
The more Ken travels, the more he saves, bundling flights, stays, and cars.
Good horsey.
He even got this rental with his rewards.
In Ken math, it was free.
Ken, in Italy, they also drive on the right.
Oh, me scusi.
Expedia, the one place you go places.
Okay, well, there's plenty more where this came from. 2026 Formula One, it's officially back. It started, everybody, and you don't have to wait very long for your next Grand Prix. Here is your schedule. Write this down in your diary, get a pen and a paper. You've got weekend warm-up on the 12th of March. That gets underway at 4:30 local time. Then on Friday, we've got our we've got our one practice session, we've got sprint quali, and then on Saturday, we've got our pre-sprint show. That gets underway at 10:15 local time. We've got the sprint at 11. That's certainly going to be very interesting, followed by a post-sprint show. You can see it all there. Qualifying as well. We'll be debriefing and previewing that. And then we have got our second Grand Prix of the season. The Chinese Grand Prix 2026 gets underway 3 p.m. local time. And of course, we'll be rounding it all up with our post-race show straight after. But currently, right now, you are listening and you are watching our Australian Grand Prix post-race show, in which George Russell, he got the win, his 6th career win. Kimi Antonelli second, Charles Leclerc completed that podium. What can we expect, Jolyon, from the Chinese Grand Prix?
The pecking order should be similar. There's no big developments coming for next week, but I think we're going to expect more from Ferrari. I do think the start's going to be good. Different racetrack, less harvesting, I think, next week. There's still a massive straight that's going to be difficult, but there are more braking events, so it'll be different in terms of energy management. I also, can we say well done to Arvid Lindblad? We've barely spoken about him, but what a performance that he had today.
Yeah, amazing rookie going out there. Juan Pablo, we spoke about Arvid Lindblad, didn't we, before the Grand Prix got underway?
He had such a clean weekend. The whole weekend, he was aggressive. I'll be honest with you, the only thing I thought, he was so aggressive with Max, and it was fine, but then if you're going to be that aggressive with Max, you better be that aggressive with everybody else as well. And he wasn't, and I was kind of surprised
But
with
he was like you on debut, coming in, not caring, fighting with the champs.
That's awesome. But then when somebody that is not in a Red Bull livery car comes by, you should do the same.
Yeah.
Do you see the similarities between him and yourself?
I'm way more aggressive.
Okay, well, give him time. This was just his first race one.
No, he was good. He did an amazing job. He did, and I think this season is going to bring a lot of surprises. I think a lot of people coming into this race were, not sure about the new rules, and he brought such an amazing racing. I thought that was unbelievable.
Ruth, just final thoughts from you?
Well done, Mercedes, first and foremost. Great stories. I can't wait to get to China now. I think we're going to see more overtaking. I really want to see the Red Bulls there. Well, both of them now, actually. Both Red Bulls, both Ferraris. See where the McLaren stack up. They're the 4th fastest team. Everything has changed. They've gone from championship leaders. They're now the 4th fastest team. And see how big that Mercedes advantage is next week, and if they have any more sandbags left in the thing.
Well, we'll soon find out. You say you can't wait for China. You don't have to wait long, because we're getting a flight over there soon in the next few days. Guys, thank you so much for joining us here in Melbourne, Australia. The sun has come out as we round off this post-race show. Mercedes, they got the job done. They looked superb, but Ferrari with their sting in their tail. They made the start of that race very, very exciting. We will see you in China. Hopefully plenty more where all of that came from.
Welcome to Race Day in China. We're back once again to continue the story.
Saying hi, that's me.
And Formula One is underway. Piastri chops across George Russell. Aggressive opening lap. The venue that has so many fans.
This is the Chinese Grand Prix.
Oscar Piastri wins.
That is one satisfying weekend. Mega job, guys.
This broadcast of Formula One on Apple TV is presented by American Express.
A part is never just a part. It has to be designed, fabricated, tested, again, and again, until the lights go out. Baja is a torture test, pushing every element of the Raptor's performance. If it can survive that, it can handle just about anything.
Welcome to BFFs with Fred and Puka. Brought to you by Experian. Who would you say is your BFF?
You're one of my BFFs for sure.
Pook, sorry, buddy. I already got a BFF. Experian, my big financial friend. They can help you lower your monthly bills, save you time and money, cancel unwanted subscriptions. Do you do any of that?
No, I don't.
Experian does, and they can do it for you, Puka. You're like my little BFF, though.
I don't think I'm that little, but I'll take the little BFF.
Oh, wait, get the app from your big financial friend, Experian.
Experian.